Hello. So, it's been a bit. It's been a bit, but we're playing Genshin. There's a couple events that I want to catch up on before they go away. As might see on the right there, they have about 4 days, 10 hours before they leave. So there's a couple of them. First one here is the drumming event, which I guess you get a drum as a reward, but it's also got some Ito goodness in there. So this is the invitation to it. Whoo ha ha ha! What's up, compadre? Have you missed me since we last met at the chasm? I mean, you've been on my mind, if that's what you're wondering. In fact, you're the first person I thought of when I came up with this idea. To celebrate Shinobu's successful graduation and, show off the almighty awesomeness of the Arataki gang, I've decided to book a grand venue in Rito to organize a festival. We're calling it the Almighty Arataki Great and Glorious Drum Along Festival. How's that? Quaking with excitement already? I'll bet I can guarantee that this festival will be as massive as the Iridori Festival and more meaningful than Lantern Rite. Once it's over, the gang's name will spread far and wide across all Inazuma, and that's why I thought of you, buddy. I'd love for you to join in on the fun. We can go nuts, sing songs, do some beetle fights, grill some lavender melons. How about it? Excited? I bet you are, so hurry down to Rito. I'll wait for you here. Ha ha! Wait, Shinobu, I don't think we need that line about lavender melons. It just doesn't sound cool enough. Hey, I said we didn't need it, and we don't need this line either. Oh, come on. She was writing that stuff verbatim, it seems.
He tried to get someone else to write his invitations for him? This guy's beyond hope. Still, the Almighty Arataki Great and Glorious Drum Along Festival does sound pretty exciting. Do you think they'll have lots of tasty snacks? Ooh, why don't we go to Rito and check it out?
Didn't want to fast travel and interrupt that. Okay, Inazuma. Hold up. It's not where I need to go. I was going for a daily quest. I'm not doing that right now. Come on, load times. So I haven't played this on stream in a while, but I've been keeping up with daily stuff. Still waiting for that Kazuha banner. Still waiting for Kazooie. It's not too far away, so this teleport shouldn't take too much loading. Okay.
Huh? Paimons looked everywhere, but there doesn't seem to be a festival going on anywhere near here. The atmosphere isn't festive at all. Shall we go ask the Doshin? Maybe they'll know something.
Oh, do you need a hand with anything?
Isn't there supposed to be a festival soon?
What? A festival? I haven't heard anything about a festival coming up. Could you be more specific? What festival are you talking about exactly?
It's the Almighty Arataki.
Almighty Arataki?
The Almighty Arataki Great and Glorious Drum Along.
It's the Almighty Arataki Great and Glorious Drum Along Festival, organized by the Arataki Gang.
Ah, yes. The same Arataki gang who made a scene at the Iridori Festival? So you're here for the unauthorized, unprofessional, and unofficial event, huh?
What? No, it's not anything. It's the Almighty Arataki Great and Glorious Drum Along Festival.
Yeah, I gotcha. No need to keep rehashing the name. I think I know what this is about. Let me bring you up to speed. So we saw the members of the Arataki gang here a few days ago, and they were busy at work leaving piles of hideous things all over the place. Their leader claimed to be hosting a grand event, big enough to rival the Iridori Festival. I think that must be the one you're talking about. I asked them a couple of questions, and it quickly became clear that they had no permit to host the event, no proof of venue hire, and, surprise, surprise, no record of having registered the event with the police station. Pfft. If that isn't the definition of an unauthorized, unprofessional, and unofficial festival, I don't know what is. According to the rules, we had to force them to shut down the event.
What? You shut it down? Let Paimon guess. Then you arrested them.
No, actually. Seeing that they had no prior experience organizing events and they'd at least gone to the trouble of preparing a safety plan, we just gave them a warning.
Safety plan? Huh. That's pretty responsible.
Anyway, if you're looking for the Arataki gang, you could try going to Amakane Island, which is a venue designated by the Yashiro Commission for use in all kinds of festivals, big and small. It was established to try and encourage community cultural events. The application process is much simpler there and less expensive too. We told the Arataki gang about that. If they still want to host their event, that's going to be their best option.
This whole thing is starting to sound like a non-starter. But since we've come this far, we might as well go and take a look at Amakane Island, right?
How far away is this? I'll be teleporting. Thank you. Seeing some leaks about Sumeru. Couple characters coming up. Or at least one of the characters might be someone from the web comic, I guess. I don't recognize them.
It's my lucky day.
Oh, hello, guys.
Gather.
Shadows of fate. There is no escape. Let me scribe.
Can I cancel my fucking elemental skill by dashing? I think you could do that. Can't deal with him.
Finally,
Yeah, she like
Delved into destiny.
you can like get her to do the voice line and everything.
Shadows of fate.
Can't cancel out of his.
There is no escape.
Huh.
Let me scribe. Delved into destiny. Shadows of fate. Delved into destiny.
Yeah, that must be a privileged 5-star dash over water kind of thing.
Situation as earlier. The Arataki gang is nowhere in sight. There should be a Yashiro Commission representative here. Let's go and ask him.
How can I help?
We're looking for the Arataki gang.
Ah, yes. You must be here for the almighty Arataki whatchamacallit festival too.
2?
Yep. Madam Kujo Sara of the Tenryo Commission and Uemiya of Naganohara Fireworks have both been here so far. Uemiya noticed them getting the venue ready when she was here to deliver some fireworks. I guess she got curious and went to go check it out. As to what Madam Kujo Sara was here for, I'm not quite sure.
Probably to shut it down.
Oh, so other people got here before us? Oh, that's a good sign. So, where's the Arataki gang now?
Unfortunately, since there's no space available at any official venues at the moment, we had to allocate them to a tiny beach at the northwest part of the island. If only they'd applied earlier, we could have given them a better location. Head northwest. You'll see them.
Hey there, compadres! You finally made it! I was just wondering when you'd be showing up. Next thing I know, boom, there you are! Oh boy, am I happy to see you. Look at this venue. What do you think? Is this a prime location or what?
It's surrounded by sea, the air is as fresh as it gets, there's no noise pollution from the city, and the views are simply spectacular.
Just looking on the right side.
The venue is situated against the backdrop of Amakane Island, where you can enjoy exclusive access to the festival and culture center's first-rate equipment.
With excellent transport links by sea and land, getting where you need to be is highly convenient, whether you're traveling by foot or by boat.
You guys are eternal optimists.
The moment I set eyes on this venue, I knew this was the one. It was the moment that changed the world.
Give it up for the boss!
Clearly you're only here because the Tenryo Commission sent you away.
All right, let's get down to business. I invited you all here to attend the almighty Arataki Great and Glorious Drum-Along Festival! A highly important festival, I might add.
Yeah, boss said the first goal of the festival is to promote the Arataki gang and recruit new members.
Secondly, it's to celebrate Shinobu's graduation.
And last but not least, it makes up for all the previous team-building events that were canceled due to insufficient funding.
3 festivals in one? Wow.
Akira, we can leave that last point out from now on.
Where's Shinobu?
The thing with festivals is, you gotta get out there and promote them far and wide if you want to get a good crowd. So, Shinobu's handing out flyers.
Hey! Shinobu's supposed to be the star of the show, isn't she? How come she's out there working her butt off while you're hanging around here doing nothing?
Hey, I'm hard at work too. I'm entertaining guests.
Boss actually just got back.
He said he was expecting you to arrive any second, so he came back specially to welcome you.
Until then, he was out there with Shinobu working hard to bring more people to the festival.
Well, just doing my duty. Nothing more, nothing less.
Wow, this bull chucker actually did some serious work for once. Huh. Paimon's pleasantly surprised.
Trust a puny little flying lavender melon to stoop to the level of childish name-calling. Anyway, so, compadre, you got any questions about this festival?
What's this festival got in store for us?
A ton of totally awesome stuff! See that hill over there? That's Sing Along Hill. Stand at the top, look out over the sea, and sing your heart out! And this bonfire? It's perfect for roasting lavender melons, the regular kind, or the ones of the annoying little floating variety. And these boxes! Plenty of space whether you want to play Genius Invocation TCG or battle some beetles.
A battle some Beatles.
Wow, you really pulled out all the stops.
But of course, the highlight of this festival is the drum-along. Here, feast your eyes on this.
It's broken.
Just between you and me, this little treasure was sourced through a top-secret channel. They said it's a prized hand drum that once belonged to a renowned onmyoji, and it's worth 8 million mora. Thanks to my strapping good looks and the fact that the vendor and I kind of had a connection. Her words, not mine. She gave me a generous discount and only asked for 800,000 mora.
She went from 8 million to 800,000 just like that? Sounds suspiciously like a scam to Paimon.
Duh. Oldest trick in the book, right? Which is why it didn't work on me. I spotted the damage on the edge right away. Practically screamed, "Defective product alert!" Ooh, we have a connection. Give me a break. So I haggled hard and took her down to 80 G's. Practically a steal.
Yeah, more specifically daylight robbery. Still, it's pretty impressive that you could actually afford something worth 80,000 mora. Good for you, bull chucker.
It's only 80,000 mora. What do you take me for?
I put in 20 grand.
Me too. Huh? Boss, how come I had to pay 30 grand?
20 grand plus.
That means he paid 10.
20 grand plus 30 grand. You really are a bull chucker. You extorted 80 grand from your gang members and didn't pay a single mora yourself.
You might want to check your mathematics there. I paid my share, you know. I paid the last 10 grand. All right, good chat, but we should wrap things up. It's getting late. I should go rendezvous with Shinobu. The festival's just getting started. We need to keep plugging it to get a bigger crowd. Take care of the hand drum, all right? Oh, and if you want to try out the drum along at any point, Genta's your guy. Laters, compadre.
Wait, I didn't get to ask him about Kujo Sara or the other thing. There's yellow text there.
I'm Genta, the Arataki Drum Along Festival Welcome Ambassador. Are you ready for your drum along performance? Oh, I almost forgot. There's something that Boss forgot to mention to you about this hand drum. Since none of us really know if it's in tune or not, please test it out first. That way, it'll sound better when you deliver your final performance. Go on, give it a try.
Press the controller button according to the drum beat on the ascended note. Adjust the dissension line until it roughly coincides with the note position you entered. It's good that they let you calibrate it. Sorry, I'm doing these with my eyes closed, just to make sure that if they're around the same thing. All right. Calibration is done. This is the Miss Hina standee that was originally in front of the Yai publishing house. Goodness knows why it's here now. Bulletin board put up by the Tenryo Commission similar to the ones in the city. Kujo Sara's message. Caution, a group of itinerant youths who call themselves the Arataki Gang are hosting an event of unknown purpose at this location. Please exercise caution, stay safe, and keep your personal belongings with you at all times. Please report any illegal activity to the Tenryo Commission immediately. Okay, Yoimiya? I was surprised to find someone hosting a festival tucked away in a little corner of this island, especially a new festival I'd never heard of. The view here is amazing. Although it's not the liveliest of festivals, it's magical in its own way. Go, Arataki Gang! Let me know in advance next time and I'll get you some fireworks free of charge. Aratani. When I first heard that someone wanted to rent Miss Hina's advertising board, I refused, but the offer was very generous, so I thought I'd at least pay a visit to the site first. The moment I arrived at the venue, I was deeply touched. Even with such a tight budget and a miserable venue, the organizers still managed to reserve enough budget for Miss Hina. Surely this is true love? I signed the rental contract immediately. So they spent a ton of their budget on renting that standee. Message from TCG buddy Ayato. I've been playing trading card games with my friend Ito for a long time. He always loses, but he never gives up. I find his resilience truly admirable. I was delighted to hear about my friend's festival today. I came here with a limited edition Genius Invocation TCG gift pack to offer my congratulations. I wish him a fantastic festival. Dude, can we get some cards in this game? Toma's message. Hey bro, I haven't seen you since your Adori festival. I hope you're doing well. I didn't know you were going to be hosting a huge festival. Sure kept that quiet. Nice work. If you ever want to host another festival in the future, feel free to come and discuss it with me first. If you need a venue or furnishings or anything else, I'll see what I can do. Everything's negotiable. By the way, I know you like beetle fighting. Now remember that I had a couple of King Oni Kabuto at home. I left them on the wooden box over there. Enjoy. Ooh, in that little box. Ramen buddy. What a lovely surprise. I didn't think the mighty Arataki Ito would still remember his old ramen buddy. A glorious drumming festival on a deserted little island. It'd be a pity to miss out on such an interesting event. So of course, the moment I received your invitation, I couldn't get myself here fast enough. In order to show my gratitude, I brought you a free all-you-can-eat ramen voucher for Yukio's food stall. I'm sure you can come up with some way to thank me. By the way, I should mention the voucher is only valid for the fried tofu meal deal. So it's not all you can eat anything. Kimura's message. Recently, Madame Kujo let it slip that Drumalong Festival on Amakani Island was quite interesting. My coworkers and I got curious, so we stopped by after work to check it out. We were more than a little surprised to find that it was the work of the Arataki gang, who we evicted from Rito just a few days ago. So they actually pulled it off. They're hosting a festival. Good for them, I say. Sure, it's a very small-scale festival, but it's a first step. Keep at it, you guys. I hope to see more of this from you in the future. P.S. Roasted lavender melon. Surprisingly good. Clap, 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 clap. What do you guys say?
I'm Mamoru, the Arataki Drumalong Festival Atmosphere Ambassador. How may I help? You're asking what my job is? Well, as the Atmosphere Ambassador, my job is mainly to create a lively atmosphere and give all attendants the feeling of, I'm so hyped, I'm going out of my mind. Do you feel that way?
Nowhere near.
Hey, don't say that. That was really disheartening. It's like being punched in the gut. If that's how you feel, my job's meaningless, isn't it?
You're sitting here clapping.
You are the boss's friend. Please, show me some support for his sake. I'm begging you, say the line.
What line?
You know, I'm so hyped I'm going out of my mind.
I'm sorry, I just can't.
Ugh, fine. Well, I guess I should at least keep trying, seeing how everyone else in the gang is working hard trying to do their jobs too. You can punch me in the gut, but I won't give up, just like the boss says. Come on, people! More music, more dancing! Let's keep this party going!
There's no music and no dancing.
I'm Mamoru. You're asking, well, as the... Do you feel that way? Hey, that was real. You are the boss's friend. You know, I'm so hyped I'm going out of my mind. Great, awesome.
I said it.
This is the best recognition I could ask for. Come on, people. More music, more dancing. Let's keep this party going.
Okay. Details. So this is Guitar Hero. We get to play some songs here. Well, let's start with this. Perform. Oh, I'm here. So you have to be here to do that.
I'm Akira, the Arataki Drum Along Festival Feedback Ambassador. So, can you give us some feedback?
It's not that great.
Got it. Thank you for your feedback. You have other questions? But I don't really have anything else to say. The boss said my only job was to say two things. Can you give us some feedback, and thank you for your feedback. And if the guests ask when they will receive a response to their feedback, I'm supposed to say, we'll get back to you as soon as possible. He said that's what people do in other events he's been to. I'm sure he's basing this on a wealth of experience.
Uh-huh.
But then Shinobu told me that's too insincere, so she gave me this notebook. Well, look here. I've made a note of your feedback, and I'll show it to Shinobu when she gets back.
Okay. Genius Invocation TCG Limited Edition gift box. This is a lovely Genius Invocation TCG gift box. It is said to have been a limited edition release, and that anyone who possesses this set of cards will be a god amongst children. Do you wish to take this with you? Yes. Kitsune Ramen all-you-can-eat card. The owner of Yukio's stall has a good head for finance and has had ramen cards made for rare and honored customers. This card therefore serves as a status symbol when you go for some ramen, and also lets you eat as much as you please. It's just a shame that this offer only applies to the ramen that goes with fried tofu. Small box with Onikabuto in it. It's clear that this box was pretty pricey. To think that even Onikabuto might warrant packaging this fancy. This, you suppose, must be the vagaries? Give me a sec. Vagaries. Okay. I don't know. Of supply and demand. What does it mean? No? I'm here to learn. An unexpected and inexplicable change in a situation or in someone's behavior. Like a shift. Like a tonal shift. Must be the vagaries of supply and demand. The shift of supply and demand. Okay. But won't the Onikabuto inside suffocate? Oh no. Whoops.
Prepare to move out.
Alright, he's just got to do his other idle animation.
A strong body shows strength and instills confidence in others around you. I must always stay at the top of my game.
So when's Yai gonna dress him up? I mean, that's gotta happen eventually, right? She's gonna have, like, something on him. Okay, one more thing I want to try. Let's see here.
Keep your weapon at the ready. You never know what's around the corner.
One more time. And then we'll do the drumming stuff. I only got 4 days for this to be back up. Right, there's like a little fish with like a portal message. I forget that he has like a little portal box with a fish with a note. About to find out which angle this looks better from.
The fighting has ceased for now. Commence physical training.
So Sapphire pulled for Ito during this event, as well as getting Goro and Shinobu Kuki. I'm actually going to put one wish today into Ito. That's a good one. That's really good. Alright, switch out the party one more time, and then we'll start doing some drum stuff.
Gonna be epic.
Yeah, that.
I'm Genta, the Arataki Drum Along Festival Welcome Ambassador.
Mm-hmm.
Are you ready for your drum along performance?
Hold on. About this drum.
You noticed it too, huh? Yeah, I noticed almost straight away that something wasn't quite right. It looks exactly like the kind of toy drum I'd buy from street peddlers as a kid. I remember they only cost around 800 mora back then.
Oh, so he got charged. Oh, we gotta add 1, 2 zeros to that? He got charged 100 times what it was?
Times change, I guess, but still, 80 grand is way too expensive. The boss definitely got scammed, no question. But what are you gonna do? He's still the boss. Are you ready for your drum along performance?
About Ito.
You want to know when the boss is getting back? Sorry, I have no idea. What I do know is that the boss and Shinobu both see this festival as a major event, so they hope to get as many people to come as possible. That's why they're out there working hard to promote it. They said this will improve the image of the Arataki gang, but I wouldn't know anything about that kind of thing. Still, I think I'll be back to see you before it's over. After all, he respects you a lot. Are you ready for your drum along performance?
It's showtime.
Let the drum along begin!
Yeah. Yeah, we'll try it on normal, see how it is, see how it feels. During the performance, different notes will appear on the screen. When a note falls the decision line, strike the decision line. No. Falls on the decision line, strike the decision line to score points. And a point score will vary depending on the timing of your stroke. Left, down, right, X, A, B. Okay. Okay, I get it now. Oops. Got distracted by the camera changing. Oops. Okay. Yeah, Discantus. Is that good? I mean, it's not 100%. So I wonder if I do pro, then I'll get credit for hard. Huh. Whoops. Wrapping my head around this button layout is weird. Oops. Sure. Whoops. That last bit was a little dulcet. It's fine. Oh, I just need to get dulcet. Hey, I got a credit for hard. Yeah, let's just go straight to pro on these things. Oh, fuck. I'm getting really mixed up, and also, it's not on beat right now. It's not on beat. It's not on beat. It's not on beat. Wow, that was completely off from compared to the last one. What the fuck happened? I still did it? Man, whatever. Whatever. If that song's glitched, then well, oh well. Alright, Jesus Christ. I got so mixed up on that. Apparently it was good enough. Remember there's a right on the D-pad. This is off too. It's like too early. Oh, this hurts. It hurts how it's so off. I'm just like, I'm not even having to pay attention to the audio. I think I did pretty well, all things considered. I might need to go back to the dude, just can't, yeah, I did pretty good on that. I need to go, I need to talk to this dude, get stuff, to practice, right? I can practice?
Genshin, are you ready for your drum?
Showtime?
Let the drum.
How do I, do the, what you call it? Configure. Calibration. Oh, I can't customize. Oh no. Calibrate, please. I mean, that seems fine, but then at first it wasn't. So let's hit that again. Seems fine. Okay, so now go to this. Go to Pro. We'll see if it's still lagged. Okay. I'm just going to set the calibration to nothing, because apparently, the songs calibration are different.
I'm Genshin. Are you ready for your drum?
I'm not ready yet. In fact,
No.
I realize what I want to do with these real quick. Who's left?
I'm Genshin. Are you
I'm
ready for your
Genshin.
drum? Let the drum.
So we got Toma, Klee, Zhongli, and Raiden. I keep using the D-pad. I got GTA brain, and the D-pad is used for fucking everything.
Let's get out there and make.
And make what?
I'm Genshin. Are you ready for your drum? Let the drum.
Showtime. Okay, now without any calibration. Yeah. Calibration is off. In fact, you know what? I think it needs to be before. I think it needs to be here. Alright, try again. I want this to feel good. Where does it need to be? It feels like it needs to go down a little. Maybe there. Okay. I just want this to feel good. He's dripping wet. This is better. Not so bad. I don't think I got like the perfect score, but apparently I did. It's fine. We're not going for 100% here. We're just going for getting all the prizes. Cleat time. We'll see if the calibration is still good. I think it's a tiny bit off, but it's better than it was. Oh, that's really off. Ooh, what the fuck? I was hitting it way early than it needed to be. Try going this way. It's like the calibration differs from song to song. Better. Still off. It's fine. Ooh. Wow. Yeah, it was still off, man. I don't know what to say. This event would be a lot more fun if the beats actually were on beat. I don't. I'm just gonna set it to 0, I guess. But at the same time, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I don't know. I don't know what to say. Oops. I saw some custom thing like very early in this event, and it was like fire and the flame shit. Like, it's like this is difficult because of the layout of the buttons for the stuff. Not to mention that it's slightly off. But I forgot to do fucking Okay, we'll do Raiden Shogun for Raiden Shogun.
Are you ready for your
It's fine, it's fine.
Let the
I'd like this last one to feel good, so let's calibrate it to what it needs to be. Let's focus on what it needs to be. Shit. Huh. These aren't matching up with the drum beats I'm hearing. Throwing me off. The song's good, but it's not matching up. This is pretty easy. Okay. If I ever give feedback for this, it's gonna be that the calibration just didn't work and differed from song to song. I guess that's it. All complete.
Bad news!
What happened?
Boss got arrested again!
Oh, jeez.
Just now, someone from the Tenryo Commission came to post a notice on the bulletin board saying our festival has to be suspended.
Oh.
I don't know what happened. I think maybe the boss sent some flyers to Tenshukaku. He did say that the Shogun would definitely not want to miss the almighty Arataki Great and Glorious Drum-Along Festival after all.
She showed up. She did that last song.
Well, I think Boss is right. The almighty Shogun would definitely want to come to the festival.
Yeah, don't you agree?
Come on, who cares what we think? Anyway, the boss was arrested on the spot by the Okuzumeshu. They took him to the Tenryo Commission.
What are you gonna do?
Shinobu's probably on the case by now. I heard the Okuzumeshu charged the boss with causing a disturbance in a restricted military zone. Then Madame Kujo-Sara changed it to obstructing the public order.
God, I got some fucking light.
Despicable Kujo Tengu. How could she get away with charging Boss with a felony over something like this?
We have blinds that mostly block out the sun. I say mostly because there's these tiny little slits that the little strings go through, the ones you can pull to, make them, go up and down. There's tiny little holes, and the sun wants to peek in through those tiny little holes right into my eyeball. And it's like a laser beam, like directly into my fucking pupil. Sucks, man.
You idiot! That's a misdemeanor! She downgraded the offense. Usually you just get a warning for that. Anyway, I guess we'll just have to wait until the boss gets out before seeing what to do about the festival. Don't worry, Traveler. With Shinobu on the case, everything's gonna turn out just fine.
Objection! Cheese, tired of this shit.
You've been so supportive of our festival. When the boss gets out, I'm sure he'll want to thank you in person. I hope your journey, like our festival, will go from strength to strength.
Okay.
From strength to strength!
Whatever that means. So we've done everything for the drum festival. We got the drum, which is pretty cool.
Gonna be epic.
You always say that. But is it really? Obtain a dulcim rating from the termination of desires on hard or higher difficulty in the... Well, hang up a second. Hold up. Oh, is there anything else? Score 2,000 points on the continued cleanup phase of money. Okay, that's a different thing. That's a different thing. Okay, I got the secret one for this event. Termination of desires on hard or higher difficulty. This event was easy. I was actually like worried that the controls are going to be kind of weird. And they are. If the beats were harder, then I think there'd be a problem. So what? I have 1, 2, 3 instruments now. Vent details. I think we got all the things. So, is there a quest? This is Yelan's story quest. These are the 4 dailies. This and this. This world quest seems to be unrelated to the events. So let me see what is the other timed one. This is done. We got that done pretty damn quick, all things considered. I am wondering, there was those 2 lines of dialogue I didn't get to ask Ito about. They were about Kujo Sara and Yoimiya. They were like in yellow text right before he ran off. Well, that sucks. Because I've not seen any map markers or anything like that other than stuff for the other events and the dailies. Oh well. I mean, I guess this isn't a complete run-through of this event. I missed out 2 lines of dialogue. Oh well, I guess. It was probably funny. Hang on, I'm gonna see if I can look this up. That's actually annoying. Look at that cosplay. Genshin Drum Along event. Playthrough, maybe? I'm just gonna watch somebody else play and get to that line of dialogue if possible. Gameplay. Now, is there dialogue in this? Or is there a streamer voiceover? It's in Japanese. So let's see if we can find any questions about the festival. Oh. Those 2 lines of dialogue weren't there. And he walks away. What the fuck? Those must be like later in event lines of dialogue, but why would he not stick around for me to say those things? Oh man. Full story. So they say. It's in English.
Shinobu working hard to bring more people.
Here we go.
Oh, you mean that stupid Tengu?
Okay. Shout out to Nyxinx, Nyxinx, for having this video available, because this is what we missed.
Pleasantly surprised.
Trust a puny little flying lavender melon to stoop to the level of childish name-calling. Anyway, so, compadre, you got any questions about this festival?
I heard Kujo Sara came?
Oh, you mean that stupid Tengu? Yeah, I hesitated, but, I sent her an invitation. I cannot believe how ungrateful she is. Get this, she came all the way out here just to put up a bulletin board and write a load of baloney on it claiming that visitors need to be cautioned. She even warned us not to change it. It's blatant bullying of the gang, that's what it is. One day, I'm gonna defeat that Tengu fair and square, in broad daylight, in the middle of the street. She'll get what's coming to her. Anyway, so, compadre, you got any questions about this festival?
I heard Yoimiya showed up too.
The owner of Naganohara Fireworks? Chatting with her is a real blast. She only found out about our festival because she happened to be delivering some fireworks to Amikane Island. She really liked what we were trying to do here and came to pass on her best wishes. She even said she'll provide some fireworks for us next time. Looks like the Arataki gang should make sure to keep good ties with Naganohara Fireworks in the future. Anyway, so, compadre...
Alright, well, that's what we missed. Thanks again for that video existing. But fucking, I guess next time MiHoYo or HoYoverse or whatever the fuck you call yourselves now, don't have, like, missable dialogue. Or I guess from now on, maybe let us know that put a little asterisk next to the dialogue option that's going to end the conversation. That would actually be helpful. Like, have a little end, like END, right next to the bubble that's going to end the conversation. So if you want to get the lore, which a lot of people don't, and I understand that you skip that shit, because the game goes on for a while. It's kind of like a huge fucking story at this point. But some people want to see it, and missing out on it kind of sucks. I'm lucky that there was a fucking video that had that shit in it. And I guess mine does now too. With a different character. I had Aether instead of Lumine. So, anyway, we got the Chasm quest. A muddy, bizarre adventure. I'll get the copyright. We'll get the strikes from noon to night. Your videos won't play. Anyway, just because it said bizarre adventure. It does say, okay, I'm not crazy. It does say bizarre adventure, right? Okay, it does. I'm not insane. Oh, and yeah, no voice acting on this one. So we'll see how much of this is stream-worthy. Because it might be kind of like, grind to get some materials, kill a couple things in the chasm, and blah, 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 blah. And if that's the case, we'll take a look at what the current just came out of it is today. We'll see where today takes us, because this is kind of like loosey-goosey. There's just a couple things that are available right now. And if all else falls through and everything sucks, we still have Yelan's story quest. Seems that the situation has been getting worse over the last 2 days. The exploration team's movements will be limited as a result. Who can I get to take this commission up? What's going on? What's going on? Chrono and Paimon, your timing is truly... Oh! Light bill just... I guess we didn't pay the light bill. Your timing is truly impeccable. Impeccable, you say? Sounds like we've got trouble on our hands again. For reasons unknown, some dark mud-like substance has come pouring out of the caverns and mines of the chasm lately. It is a very sudden affair, and the exploration team has yet to come up with any countermeasure, and so investigations there have started and stopped several times. As such, Khedive has asked the Adventurers Guild to send help. Dark mud stuff? Isn't that thing from beneath the chasm? It's exactly the substance I speak of. I do not know why it has reached the caverns and mines, but either way, the exploration team's progress has been stymied. I believe that's how it's pronounced. Oh, fuck me, man. Oh, fuck me. Fuck me, dude. How to pronounce... Oh, fat fingers. Phone. Stymied. Here it is. Shush.
Stymied.
Yeah, I got it. There's different words that mean stymied. You don't have to use stymied. Here we go, here we go. Here's some synonyms. Hamper, hinder, obstruct, inhibit, impede. I don't know. Stymied is just kind of weird, wacky word to me. Could be a cultural thing too, but I don't know. After all, they rely heavily on the mining tunnels for the transportation of goods and materials. How long has this been going on? For some time now, Khedive says that he's found a researcher from Sumeru who can help him out, but that researcher seems to need them help themselves. I must admit that this has been troubling me ever since. You know, Khedive probably pays pretty well. Has no one stepped forward? No, I'm afraid, mostly owing to the extreme danger that the dark mud poses. Quite a few people actually came on account of the reward, but the moment they heard it was the chasm, they quickly declined. To make things trickier, most adventurers are not very familiar with the chasm's layout. So the one who accepts this commission will have to be someone with no fear of danger and who knows the chasm like the back of their hand. And just as I was puzzling over this matter, you two dropped by. So that's how it is. Things do seem quite serious, Chrono. Alright, let's go have a look. Let's go now, shall we? About that, Khedive said that you just have to look for that other researcher from Sumeru. Or to quote him verbatim, if anyone's willing to help, tell them to go to the campsite of the chasm. That guy will be there prepping just as usual. Alright, we'll be off. Thank you, the chasm's safety is in your hands. So, let's do this before I forget about it. I was going to do a wish. I'm going to do a single wish. One single wish for Ito. Can you imagine? I'm saving for Kazooie and possibly the Dendro Archon. I don't know. I have a pretty good team, but Kazooie's going to balance it out pretty damn well. You know what? One more for the road. I got one more. Nah. It's not a waste of a wish because it goes towards the pity for the next banner.
Fiction is about precisely foretelling one's written destiny.
The only way it would have been a waste is if I didn't want Ito and I got him. That's the only way that would have been a waste. Which, by the way, almost happened to me with Child, Tartaglia. Before the game allowed you to customize your radio wheel, which I don't think was in the game when I played it first, I accidentally did a couple tin draws, because I've mentioned this problem. Stop talking. Where my, I would like do the joystick, I would go to the map, and then it would flick to the top one. Like for instance, I'll do the bottom one. Oh, it went to the top. What happened there? Now I'll go to the top and watch this.
Remains constant over the centuries.
Oh, watch this, watch this.
But human life is like the dew at dawn, or a bubble rising through water. Transitory.
Error.
Why is it only going up? It flicks up easier than it flicks down. And it's just not consistent. Anyway, it flicked up, and I press Y on this screen to go to a different area, but that up on the thing used to be Wish, and Y does a 10 draw, and it doesn't say, "Are you sure?" It just fucking does it. So, that was a problem I had for a bit, but they fixed that. And I did that twice. 2 times. 20 wishes towards Child and all the people that were boosted during that event, and I did not like it one bit. I complained about it. Speaking of complaints, there's feedback things. Like, you can leave feedback for this game. And they get like, oh, how were you satisfied with this? Were you satisfied with that? Whoa, how did you take place in this? Did you take over that? I got a text message from the census department, the U.S. Census, talking about like COVID and shit. Wanted to know a few things, not just COVID related. They wanted to know about like our like money situation sort of stuff. I thought it was a scam. Let me be that. The text comes out of nowhere, saying like, "We want you to give us information," but I looked it up. It was legit. It was it had the .gov site and everything. But yeah, it was just. I felt like I was filling out a Genshin feedback report, but for our country. And I was less than happy with all the shit that's been going on. Especially with the fucking, everything. Every fucking thing. Whatever the Supreme Court's doing, whatever the fucking... it's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. Not to get political, but human rights apparently are political. God damn it. I didn't think that the environment here would be so unique. In that case, the energy system of the Persina Spike will... Chrono and Paimon, it's been a while. Why are you two here at the chasm? I don't think I remember you, dude. Actually, I do recall Khedive saying that he'd help the exploration team out a lot. That said, the situation in the chasm has been worsening. It's no place for a walk in the park. Wait, you are... Oh, come on, didn't we just meet a short while ago? I mean, I do always end up asking for your help, but that's no reason to pretend that you don't recognize me. Forget it. In that case, allow me to introduce myself once again. I am Hosseini. Hosseini? A researcher at the Academia. I've been working on a device known as the Energy Amplifier, and I even went to Inazuma to do some reference work there. However, I've run out of operating funds for my research, and so I have to return to Sumeru. Okay, Paimon thinks he remembers you now. I don't. You do? You're Amplifier Man. I'm quite sure that I've never introduced myself as such. Whatever the case, I received a request from a fellow researcher named Khedive. I owe him a favor regarding research funds from way back. So I'm here at the chasm to help him solve this problem. Well, I hope that explanation's clear enough, in which case let me ask the question. Why are you two here at the chasm? Two. Well, we also just happen to have received a commission from Khedive. Oh, so that's you. And I think I was worried when Khedive mentioned that he was going to get some people to help out. Since it's you, I guess there's nothing to worry about. I must admit that if I were attempting to resolve the dark mud issue here at the chasm myself, it would take a lot of time and energy. But with your help, our odds are, well, higher. What do you need us to do? You've heard of the Persina Spike, right? A device that can release energy that disrupts ley lines? According to my hypothesis, we can place the spike at points where the dark mud is pouring out to disrupt the ley line movements and clear it away. Is the dark mud even related to the ley lines? Well, they did appear based on anomalies in the ley lines, so it is very likely that they are related. That's what Khedive and I have discussed anyway. So we can use the spike to disrupt or even close the openings that allow ley lines to hear out, etc. I see. However, we were previously using spikes to disrupt the ley lines. This is the first time I'm using spikes to seal them. I've done some estimations and adjusted some spikes parameters. In theory, nothing should go wrong. But theory is, as you know, ultimately theory, and theories must all be tested. I was just thinking of beginning the initialization process. In fact, but it has some risks. Well, allow me then. Alright, I'll leave it to you. I'll observe from the sides. So, I gotta equip the, this thing? Pretty sure. Flashlight? Dark mud oozing forth from the ley lines will buff nearby monsters, increasing their attack and defense greatly. When these monsters are in areas covered by the dark mud, their abilities will be further increased. Monsters will attack the Persuna Spike constantly, and the surrounding area will flood over the dark mud, clear the mud, and weaken the creatures. Defeat them to prevent spiking. Do I get damaged by the mud?
Wait, everybody stand back!
Gather!
Doesn't look like it.
I will have order.
Shine
Shine down! Inazuma shines eternal!
Oh, I got drained during that shit.
Illusion shattered! Get out of here!
Guess I'll just have to brute force it.
Order guide you.
I'm going in! Written in the stars!
Quake!
Oh. Hey, that's what I needed.
Get out of here!
Gather!
Shine down! Yeah! Now you shall perish!
Sorry, was that guy in the shadow boosted?
Teamwork is dreamwork!
This is order.
Shadows of fate, decided by destiny.
You. Didn't even notice there was a time limit until now. One more group, I'm guessing.
I'm going in! Torn to oblivion! There is no escape! Delved into destiny!
You still happy? Still happy, dickhead? Oh, let's just end this.
We'll have order.
Written in the stars! Shine down!
Oh, I didn't pass this.
Dreamwork!
Challenge completed? What? Oh, I had that amount of time. They were just going to keep coming. Right? I felt like I failed that. Well, to be fair, I didn't find the recharge point until halfway through. And yes, the mud does fuck with you. Did you say that theoretically there wouldn't be any problems? The spike wound up causing the dark mud to gush out instead. Ah, is that how it is? Ah, to think that I did not factor the ground into my calculations. Ah, what an error. Factor the ground into your calculations? That's right, our previous experiments all took place on softer soil. But within the chasm, the medium through which the spike's energy travels is not soil but rock, which has very different properties. This caused a major discrepancy between the earlier calculations and the actual results. Man, I've been at work, and it's at the end of the day. I'm not drunk, I'm just fucking... I need to hydrate. And this game needs to talk for me more. When I'm saying my own words, I'm fine. Indeed, theory is not mere matter of imagination. Instead, it must be grounded and proven in reality. This proving process seems kind of dangerous, though. Also, why did so much mud come out all at once? Indeed, this place is quite far from the mining complex, so the mud really shouldn't be flowing all the way here. The situation must be more urgent than we imagined. Also, the Persina spike has a definite effect on environments affected by the dark mud. This shows that the mud's proliferation is, as I guessed, an issue that stems from the ley lines. This proves the need for experimentation and proof, does it not? Of course, if I had done the experiment myself, I would have wound up being attacked by the monsters. Not that I worry about being injured, that would be a small loss compared to any damage that might be done to the Persina spike. How would I answer to a great tutor Furnace, or my fellow researcher in Krashtrashara? Kshahrawar. Shahrawar. I can't wait for them to pronounce that. It's probably going to like be Craig. You should pay more attention to your own safety nonetheless. I mean, they're throwing out these names like Furnace and Crashwara because Sumeru's coming up. And it's probably going to oh, I remember they said that name. True, the data we've collected can be used to adjust the results of our calculations. Now, the solutions to these interfering parameters. I believe there are 4 such methods, though there should only be one that will prove most effective. Thank you so much for helping me with this test run. I will make some adjustments to the Persina spike. Later it can be moved in the mining complex, where operations can then begin. You're moving into the complex? By yourself? Well, no, I had agreed with Khedive to hire some of the local miners here to move it. But when they heard that my objective was to resolve the issue of the Dark Mud, they refused any payment. I've spoken to Khedive and Muning from the Ministry of Civil Affairs, however, the Mora will still go to them as compensation. Of course, I'll need you to help start the machine up once it reaches its destination. So... go to challenge. Oh. So what, there's just 5 of these? Wait till the next... Oh, okay. The next day, meaning... like this? Whoa! He's gone! Like the wind! Or was he ever there to begin with? I quote that so often, but not a lot of people even fucking know what I'm talking about. I mentioned this a couple times. But in Thor Ragnarok, there's a line... Yeah, y'all might remember the part where Loki shows up to him in the cell and he's an illusion. And he, like, throws the thing through him and it, like, cracks against the wall. And then he goes back to the wall because he's done talking, and then Korg comes out and he goes, like... Get out of here, ghosts! Like, he says a thing. And in the theatrical release, at least the early ones, he says, he's gone. Or was he ever there to begin with? But in every release afterwards, DVD and Blu-ray and blah, 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 digital, he says, he's freaking gone. And that's it. And I feel like the line was so funny, and we quoted it all the fucking time, and then we watched it, and the line wasn't in the movie. But I'll never forget. I'll never forget. The line's gone. Or was it ever there to begin with? You're here. Yep, we're here to help. I was just checking the Persina spike. I must say that Leeway's miners are made of stern stuff. I thought you were made of sterner stuff. Just 2 of them were enough to transport the spike here. But since the spike is some very fine-moving parts, I need to check if it has been affected while in transit. In theory, though, everything should be fine. That's what you said last time, too, and you nearly got Paimon and Chromo into deep trouble! Well, I did say that there's a difference between theory and reality. However, I made sure to check everything before you came. Everything has been prepared, and once initialized and in operation, the spike will not need any initial elemental energy input to maintain its charging state. Wait, it doesn't need any initial energy? It will just keep charging? Yes, before I had to adapt it to Inazuma's environment. And so I modified it such that it could only charge and operate through the use of Electro. However, that is not the original operating mode of the Persina spike. Originally, it was intended to function in this sort of environment. In fact, this dark mud is its power source. The mud provides power to the spike? Metal Gear? Just repeat the last couple words of the sentence. That's right, and that's why the spike is perfectly suited to solving this issue. This issue? If you consider it, this dark mud issue we're having in the chasm is both symptom and source both of which must be resolved. Resolved! Of these, the source is the ley lines. Exactly. As such, we must nip the problem in the bud by sealing the openings of the ley lines through which the dark mud is spewing out. Of course, the sealing of the ley lines will not completely solve the problem of the dark mud that has already come out. However, the Pristina Spike has the ability to absorb the energy within the dark mud and decrease its power as a contaminant. That is what we call fixing the symptoms. This way, the dark mud has already reached the surface, will serve as a power source of the Pristina Spike, and as the spike continues operation, it will close the ley lines from which the mud is spewing forth. As for those monsters who have been affected by mud due to long-term exposure, they will lose the enhancements what they get from it and be weakened. Ooh, that's 3 birds with 1 stone. You know what? This Percy Spike Sea is better than Paimon thought. It's called Pristina Spike. Priscina's brilliance truly is one that might also believe that the spike was specifically made to solve problems such as these. If that guess of mine is true, then this whole process of solving the dark mud problem could serve as valuable experimental data in the future. Who knows, this research might even allow me to discover some hitherto unknown principles behind how Priscina could affect the ley lines using certain devices. We fucking with the ley lines now? We shouldn't be doing that. Sealing them up is fine, I guess. Subject has great value, honestly. If I could win the Academy's Cavacavas prize with this, that would be wonderful. Cavacavas prize? This is a prize that the Academia gives out specially to young researchers. Every year, the sages will go over the research reports sent in and cast votes to select the winner. Criteria for winning of the subject must be groundbreaking, creative, and the person sending the report must have great potential and be under 40 years of age. All those who have won Cavas Prize while under the age of 40 would go on to win great renown in the Academia. That sounds awesome! Is he 40? Or above? Well, let's start the spike up right now. Let's hope it solves our problem. That said, please take note, Chrono. While the Pristina Spike is a very impressive piece of equipment, it's also quite intricate and fragile. If it's hit while operating or it is submerged by the dark mud, which can cause fouling, the spike will turn off automatically to prevent any further damage. I'm sorry, I thought it was powered by the mud. I guess if you submerge your car in gasoline, it's not going to work properly. As such, be aware of the mud and the monsters while you operate the device. Okay, we don't have... I don't like the looks of this. Additionally, using... Oh, wait. Pristina Spike will continuously purify the environment while charging up. The challenge is considered a success once charging completes. The Pristina Spike will enter a faulty state for a time if it is attacked, causing charging to temporarily stall. Additionally, using blooming light while the spike is operating normally will clear out nearby oozing concretions, granting the spike additional energy and speeding up the charging process. Okay, well this is important right here. Yep.
Let me scribe.
Hi, dickheads.
Now you shall perish.
Should I?
Illusion shattered.
This is order.
You gonna disable my shit?
Stabilize.
Everybody stand. Delved into destiny. Decided by destiny. Shine down. Ha!
Oops. Better go to that little lantern. Clear the oozing concretions to charge faster. This? This?
into oblivion!
I will
Dickhead.
have order.
Shadows of fate! Teamwork is teamwork!
Gimme, gimme, gimme.
Fate is upon you!
Oh! What was that fucking armpit shot?
Now you shall perish!
I think I was understanding how that works. The more of those little hard blocks you cleared, the faster that thing charged. I thought if like you pulsed next to this, it would go faster, but that's not what it was. I've noticed if you pop one of these, boom, and then you use a cinematic burst where it like closes up on them, it doesn't. Or it does it something weird. The effects are better than I thought. We've recorded all the phenomena we've seen and the data we've collected. And most importantly, the dark mud was completely cleared. It's just that, why do you look so unhappy? It is a bad thing that the mining complex is all clean? Let me think. Well, when Kadib and I analyzed the situation previously, we believed that the opening in the ley lines through which the dark mud came should be here. I don't think that such an opening would have been this easy to clear out, so the true entry point must be elsewhere. And in this case, the affected areas also include the frontline mines. Exactly. This means that the point through which the dark mud is flowing in is in the tunnels. Such areas will be far more narrow, allowing more greater buildup of the mud, and making it easier for monsters to swarm in, thus worsening our problem. Still, I have full faith in the Persina's spike. It is, after all, Persina's great creation. Just let me do a bit of maintenance work on it first. I'll call the miners who have agreed to move the spike into the tunnels over. You got away today? Yep. Tamara. Tamara. Okay. Don't like that there. Hello. You're just in time, Chrono. We were just discussing on how to move the Persina spike in. I must say, however, that the situation is far more serious than we anticipated. This is bad. There's too much dark mud around here, and it's crawling with monsters attracted by the mud. We can't move the spike in. We can't find any path forward at all. We're still a long way off from mining tunnels. Come on, we've got to try again. If it still doesn't work out, let's go back there and grab a few more buddies to help out. I mean, am I not the mining superstar? I can carve through a mountain with but a few swings of my pickaxe. These monsters are no match for me. Let's get moving. Keep on faking. We'll see how much redder your face can get from all that coughing. Nonsense. We can't proceed any further in. Long-term exposure to this mud will have severe consequences. The large number of monsters makes things even more dangerous. But we all saw it, didn't we? We put the machine in the mining complex, and it was cleaned up just like that. If we could just get rid of all this mud sooner. This isn't the time to be prizing speedy solutions. Whether it is in experiments or in problem-solving, proceeding without preparation and proper explanation is too rash, Lapis. One mistake could cost lives. Your own life is of utmost importance. This is one of the basic axioms of the Academia's lab manual. As a researcher for the Academia, I can not simply stand by and allow such foolhardiness. foolishness. But if we stop, who's going to do something about all this mud? If it continues to attract these monsters, it wouldn't matter if we brought another 20 people. We wouldn't make any headway. Let me think. If this really is unworkable, we could activate the spike once more over here first. Here? That's right, I just gave the dark mud emissions a once-over, and though they're faster than how they were the day before in the mining complex, this is not yet the heart of the problem, so the purification rate should be quicker than the rate at which the dark mud can flow out. Those monsters in the chasm were attracted by the dark mud. I suspect that they must be affected by its energies. So setting the spike up here and decreasing the mud's influence in the vicinity should also be of help to you, Chrono. If we clear the mud out, the monsters should stop congregating. Once that's happened, we can try to move the spike further in. Then let's do this! Yeah, let's do this! You two, head back to the camp and rest first. We'll have need of you later. Come on! I don't want to rest yet! We just... It's that time for the mighty superstar to lay his pickaxe down just yet! If it's clearing monsters, I can help out too! Quit the tough guy act already. I've seen this pattern of yours before. This is Chrono we're talking about, where she gets to fixing things. There's little people like you and I have to fear. We'll leave the dark mud in this area to you, Chrono. Just leave it to me. Just relax. Ah, yes, Chrono, this entire area is covered in mud. The situation is far worse than I thought. There are a lot of monsters nearby. Stay on your toes. I'll take care of myself. No, I mean stay on your toes regarding the Persina Spike. I have full confidence in your abilities, but less so in the awesome yet fragile Spike. Please make sure that the Spike makes it through unscathed. Unscathed? Nah. Okay, so we got some spots to recharge. Oh. Ding. That's going to be helpful. As you defeat all opponents within the time limit, the Persina Spike in operation will release shockwaves at intervals that will deal damage to opponents they hit and dispel the buffs that those opponents possess. The area will these new rules every time. Area will constantly brim over with dark mud, and once this mud covers the Persina Spike, it will cause a fall that prevents the spike from unleashing shockwaves, using blooming light to destroy using concretions to maintain Spike's operations. Just me continue to do. Okay, well, just clear mud, defeat monsters.
I'm going in.
Order guide you. Gather.
Delve into destiny. Illusion shattered.
Solidify.
Decided by destiny.
This is order.
Torn to oblivion.
Can you see? Do you see? Over here, fellas.
Everybody stand back.
I will have order.
There is no escape. Fate is upon you. Inazuma shines eternal.
Anybody else around? Ding 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 ding.
Go in.
This is order. Gather.
Shine down.
Slime killing. It's his specialty with his spear. Let it recharge. Some charge in here.
Everybody stand back. Let me scribe. Decided by destiny.
Oh, he dead.
To oblivion. There is no escape.
Order guide you. Solidify.
Shine down.
Oh, you're still alive.
Shadows of fate.
Snaps. Okay, so we got, what, 2 more? I'm blowing through these. My, as I should have expected of you, I suppose. Now the dark mud and monsters are gone, with minimal damage to the Priscina spike. I am most glad that you were the one Khadib got to help us out. If it were anyone else, I would doubt that they would have resolved this issue quite so handily. Well, I am pretty good at what I do. Indeed, that is plain to see. The 2 miners, Tu and Hu Tao? Sorry, have headed back to rest. Looks like it'll be difficult to move the spike back right away. Clearing the mud out as we go in isn't a good idea either. But clearing the mud out as we go isn't a good idea either. The closer we get to the area venting the mud, the more intense the rate at which it will keep flowing out. We have to stop this problem directly at its source. Looks like we need another solution. And for that, you need to wait a day. This is also why I put off doing these things. I wanted to, be able to do all these in bulk. I don't like coming back daily and getting like a snippet. Bum 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 ba ba. Still got that song from earlier. I didn't even use Zhongli for that part.
Solidify.
It's fine. The fucking... I missed. Dang it. Anyway. Alright, Houdini. Hosini? Hosini? Hosini, are you alright? I think I must be feeling the effects myself. Must have stayed here too long while thinking about how to move the Priscina spike towards the ley line rupture. It's not a big deal, though. I've had some rest and I'm much better already. At the same time, I've also thought of a solution. It's just that, well, I must say that finding a way to move the Priscina spike around is actually not as hard as finding excuses to extend report submission dates. Since the mud covers the ground, we can make it float just a little by using hot air balloons and transport the spike that way. Oh god, transport the balloon! Well, that sounds like a pretty good idea. Of course, this will help us solve our dark mud problem to some extent, but in areas where it has blocked up the tunnel, we might still have trouble getting the hot air balloon through. And this without speaking of the monsters that the mud will attract. I'm afraid that we'll have to leave such things to you. Don't worry, between Paimon and Chrono, all these monsters won't even know what hit them. Guess you're the star of the show, Paimon. Well, Paimon's mostly just cheering you on from the sides, you know. Anyway, to think that laughing just a little would make me cough this much. I've got the black lung. Whatever the case, Tu and Hao are packaging the Priscina spike and getting the balloon ready. I'd have packaged the Priscina spike myself, but the mere effort of standing up for a while was enough to send me into coughing fits. Just a sec. Speaking of coughing fits, I might have loosened something up. I didn't want anybody to hear that. Get a drink. How embarrassing. Looks like I'll have to train my body as well as my academic mind in the future. Go and look for them. Alright. Hello. Hey, Chrono, you're just in time. We're done wrapping this thing up. Guess that dude from Sumeru's explained how we're gonna use this hot air balloon? Come on, Hosei's not some dude from Sumeru. He's here to help us from the dark mud. Couldn't you have a bit more respect? Hey, this isn't a friendly form to address. Right, whatever. The balloon can be used, and the purification device has also been prepared. Chrono, if you need the help of the mighty superstar... Actually, never mind. I can't really help right now. At least you got some self-awareness. Go get some rest. Whatever the case, if you want to start moving the device, just start the hot air balloon right up. Escort the hot air balloon to its destination to complete the challenge. When you encounter dark muddic monsters along the way, the transportation process will stop. Clear them out as quickly as possible. I've done plenty of daily quests exactly like this. Let's get going. Oop.
Gather.
Illusion shattered.
No, you getting stopped by little shitbirds? You can't move when there's a single monster around? That's different. Usually the balloon just keeps fucking going. Doesn't give a shit about anybody.
There is no escape.
Yeah, you gotta defeat him. That was a quick solution.
Stabilize.
Hi, buddy.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Let's look. Written in the stars.
I will have order.
Inazuma shines eternal. Illusion shattered. Everybody stand back. Shine down. Delved into destiny. Decided by destiny.
Destiny, destiny.
This is order.
This is order. I will have order. You. Oh, there's still another one. Ugh. That's it right here. You gonna make me fight anything right here? Had a feeling.
Gather.
Now you shall perish.
Order guide.
Think about your shield.
I'm going in. There is no escape. Shadows of fate.
Stabilize.
Let's light it up. Fate is upon you. Inazuma shines eternal. Illusion shattered.
Turns out the meteor didn't hit the shield, it hit him. After the preceding spike has been moved to tell that as he arrives on the scene. Well, the spike has finally been placed. According to my estimations, this should be the opening through which the ley lines are overflowing. If we can get the spike up and running here, we can affect the ley lines such that the opening can be closed. I believe that this will solve our problem for good. Shall we start now, then? No, we cannot. I must perform another round of checks. We cannot afford to have another problem like this one we faced during the test run. Once the spike is ready, we will be rid of this terrible mud and the monsters that come with it.
Time down. Delved into destiny.
Stabilize.
Was there no way to, like, permanently, I mean, it gets rid of her for a little bit, but if they come back. Just come back really fucking quick. Anyway, let's wait for another day. Last one. Could have done this off stream, but it might be important later. I don't know. Ley lines and whatnot. Seems important. Oh, you're finally back. How are your investigations going? Spike's adjustments have just been completed. I'm still a little worried, but we can only leave it here in the tunnels. I've asked Khadid to make some medicine for Tu and Hao as well. It's all up to you now, Chrono. Initialize the spike and seal the openings through which the dark mud is gushing out. Honestly, when Khadid first came to me for help, I thought to myself that I'd just pack the spike up here and head to Sumeru if things didn't work out. In any case, we had done enough experiments on the Persina spikes already. More than enough to have data that could support a full report. But Tu and Hao, if I just left them here, they would have to deal with this dangerous dark mud for the rest of their lives. I decided that if my research could not help them, it was only good for publishing reports, and it would not be worth very much at all. That's why I decided to find some way to stop the ley lines from spewing this mud. I must admit that coming into contact with this dark mud was something of a wake-up call for me as well. I believe in your strength, but the areas where the mud flows freely are still very dangerous, so be careful. Got it. I was talking about you. The spike can indeed decrease the effect that the mud has on the monsters if deployed at the ley line ruptures. But the monsters that have been attracted thereto are just too numerous. So please, you have to take care of yourself. Bap. Bap. Fuck your pots, dude. Okay, look at surroundings. We got a crystal there. Got a few of these little things popped up. We got a little crystal there. Using the Persina Spike to defeat opponents and clear the dark mud within the time limit to accrue score. Defeating certain stronger opponents will grant you more points than defeating ordinary ones. So we're just going for a high score here. Okay.
Stabilize.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Let's
I will have order.
written in the stars. Torn to oblivion.
They're all dead.
Everybody stand back.
This is order. Stabilize.
Fate is upon you. Ha! Teamwork is dreamwork.
No, I don't want to use that.
Illusion shattered. Let me scribe.
Order guide you.
Decided by destiny. Inazuma shines eternal. Shine down.
They're all dead. Get back.
I'm going in. Let's light it up.
This is order. Stabilize.
Shadows of fate written in the stars.
Dude, you're freaking dead, dude.
There is no escape. Everybody stand back.
Order guide you.
Let me scry! Fate is upon you! Inazuma shines eternal!
He dodged a lot of attacks by going into an invulnerable state there.
Illusion shadow!
New record! Sure, if it's 7,500. I don't know if that's good. Let's do high scoring. How did it go? Did you manage to operate the spike successfully? Yes, it went well. Most of the dark mud is gone. Good, good. Though the Pristina spike cannot seal the opening in one go, as long as it is successful once, continued operation should not be an issue. This means that it's really just a matter of time before the opening closes completely. Our problem is, therefore, solved. I must record this. For all I know, I may yet become a figure of some influence in academia once the full research report on the Pristina spikes is submitted. I might even write it into my future memoirs. I can see it now. My experiments with the preternaturally... What? Preternatural... Oh, that's a weird word. Preternatural. Preternaturally.
Preternatural.
Preternatural. Well, how about with a Y at the end? Oh, fuck off. It doesn't have a... Preternatural. Preternaturally skilled chrono at the chasm. What does preternatural mean? Beyond what is normal or natural. For fuck's sake, it's like extraordinarily skilled chrono at the chasm. I'll be waiting eagerly for that day to come. Haha, well, I fear I'm not hardly as good as writing stories as I am at reports. I can only hope that you'll forgive any flaws in my work. Is that it? Claim. 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 Oh, 4,000 was all I need. I got 7,500. Whoops. Anything else? That's it? I think that's it. Alright, so there's this one. This either popped today or the day before. We'll see if this one has like a daily thing to it.
Where do you want to go next?
Where would you like to go next? Inazuma, please. Preternatural. Talk to this Catherine. Traveler in Paimon, you're right on cue. Right on cue for what? For a commission that's suited for you. I was just about to reach out to you. A commission that's suited for us? Don't tell Paimon that you want us to look for things that drive Helishurls off. Or to pick some garbage up on the rooftop. Or to fetch some suspicious-looking goods. Oh, don't misunderstand. The commission is indeed suited for you, and by suited, I mean... It's fun, and there are rich rewards to be had as well. Rich rewards? Being fun certainly doesn't seem important to Paimon, huh? Being fun is also important, so what is this commission about? The requester is a toy merchant from Fontaine. His name is Bertrand. He came to sell toys in Inazuma and is currently looking for an assistant to help him with toy making. He's a businessman, after all. That explains why he promised some very generous rewards when he put up the request at the Adventurers Guild. But he somehow can't leave Rito at the moment. Please go and ask him about the details of the commission. Sure, we'll head to Rito and look for him right away. Alright, guess we're going over there. We're going to teleport over there. Yeah, quick teleport there. Hello, Bertrand. Aha! I now have everything ready. I'll sell each toy for thousands of mora. Then, with tens of thousands of them sold, I can easily earn tens of millions. Ha ha! Hello, are you Bertrand? Ah, yes, I am. Are you two toy buyers who caught wind of my business? But it's a shame that I can't sell you any toys yet, because I haven't started mass production. But no worries, the production line is being built as of now. You can register and make a deposit if you're interested. I'll inform you when the toys are ready, and then you can proceed to pay the balance. Hold your horses, we're not here to buy your toys. Oh, you aren't toy buyers, so if you've got something to say, tell me quick, don't waste my time. And be concise, my time is precious. Whoa, what a change of attitude. You put up a request at the Adventurers Guild, didn't you? Ah, so you're the assistant sent by the Adventurers Guild. Welcome, you could have told me earlier. Yes, I did put up that request. How should I address you two? A sudden change of attitude again. Paimon is, Paimon. Then how about you? I'm Chrono. Chrono? I think I've heard this name somewhere. Were you once a wanted criminal too? More than once, actually. A wanted criminal too? Haha, that's a long story. I was once arrested by the Tenryo Commission due to a small accident. What on earth did you get yourself arrested by the Tenryo Commission? It was not a big deal. I just missed something when I made the last batch of toys. It really was a small mistake. Not a big deal. Small mistake. Heh, these toys would explode if you triggered something inside them. That's all. Explode? Blow up? Get off this island before it blows up with you on it. It's really no biggie. No one got hurt. But the Doshin from the Tenryo Commission still confiscated my toys without a second thought. The way I see it, those toys could still be sold as lovely-looking bombs. So he's like selling Note 7s. When I first arrived, I borrowed some more from the International Trade Association to start my business. Who would have thought that I would end up being confined in Rito? Not allowed to enter the other areas of Inazuma? You obviously had this coming. Hang on. Since you owe the International Trade Association money, how do you plan to pay us? You can rest assured, I haven't spent all my money, and I can clear my debt once I'm able to produce toys again and get them sold. Then I can give you the rich rewards as promised. Is this really going to work? Have some confidence in Izuma's toy market. My toys were very popular before people realized they could explode, and you know what? They actually got even more popular after that. Anyways, if my plan still fails in the end, I'll pay off my debt by giving all the toys to Kurisu. Please lend me a hand. What do you want us to help you with? Well, all my toys are produced by this machine that I built. It's one of a kind, never-failing, engineer-grade, second-generation, furnace-powered machine. Speaking of my one-of-a-kind, never-failing, engineer-grade, second-generation, furnace-powered machine, quite a tongue twister. Yep, let Paimon think about it. Let's call it the Great Machine. Wait a sec. The name is too short. It doesn't sound impressive at all. Sometimes the shorter it is, the easier it is to remember. The Great Machine. Paimon thinks that it rolls off the tongue very well. Okay, I've been told that I've had bad taste in names. I'll take your word for it just this once. Paimon's taste in names isn't exactly any better. Hey! Anyways, my Great Machine can automatically analyze the materials added into it, and then choose the most appropriate method to assemble them. But last time I added some strange mechanics that caused the toys to explode. So this time I've reflected on the mistake and rebuilt the machine. Theoretically speaking, it should be fine. Theoretically speaking. That's why I need people to test it. In all, the collection process involves 3 steps: source material collection, elemental charge, and core activation. We need to collect things like ores, fruits, flowers as the base materials. Oh, God. Next, we infuse the materials with elemental energy resources to allow the process to move forward. And finally, we power the materials with the energy drawn from the cores of elemental life forms. Today, let's try the first step, source material collection. Here, take this material collector. Remember to directly put anything you collect into the collector, lest it be contaminated by other elements. Leave it to me. Thanks. Let me just adjust the device one last time. I'm counting on you to collect the materials. Equip the material collector and carry out the collection of required materials. When you've collected the required amount of materials, the materials collector's progress will increase. After progress reaches 100, you will enter the next process. Oh, God. Collect 3 ores in the wild. Well, I guess I know where some ore is. I had them marked on the map here, yeah? Yeah, I got some mining spots marked on the map. Three ore. We're going to be getting some Dendro element people in Sumeru. Looking forward. Hoping Dendro Archon is good. Feels like boars here, right? Oh well, I hear some. Bop.
Gather.
Just in case I need more ore, I'm going to leave these rocks, these other rocks here. 3 flowers in the wild. I think I have an idea where to get some. Let's just try going from here. Flowers, flowers, flowers. Any flowers, right? So those will count. Random event.
I will have order.
You said they were mega strong hilichurls? These hilichurls look like mega strong types. Just dropped a fucking meteor on them, apparently. That's all it takes. I'll leave those berries there just in case I need fruit. Need like one more flower? Come on. Where's one more flower? Come on! Come on! Flower. 6 fruits. Got it. Doo-doo-doo. Boo boo boo. Okay. Now we go back to Inazuma. Wait, he was in Sumeru. Right? Yeah. Rito, not Sumeru. Yeah. I got your random shit, Brad. Don't make me collect stuff anymore. Slows things down. How's it going? Have you collected any materials? They're all in the collector. Alright, then let me add the materials to my one-of-a-kind, never-failing... It's the Great Machine? Fine, let me add the materials to the Great Machine. Wow, and well, he adds the things. Wow, and what's next? Will the machine go chug, 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 and spill out the poison out with a crackle and kaboom? Ha! That is totally impossible. What are you thinking? What's that's the first step of the process is 3 processes. We're far from getting things done. Paimon gets it, so we need to complete all the processes, huh? Yep, we need all the 3 processes in order to produce the toys. So much work. Look at you, always wanting a quick fix. It takes patience to make toys. We must infuse every process with... With what? Oh, Paimon gets it. It's toys we're making after all, so we must infuse every process with real passion. Yep, my passion for Mora. Although that's not what Paimon was thinking, Paimon does share the sentiment. Hey. Paimon was just trying to make conversation. Then, Bertrand, what do we do next? Should we move on to the following processes? No worries, since I've recently adjusted the machine, this particular process hasn't been tested yet. I need to check if it works well with the materials. This requires some time. Please come back tomorrow! My toy. Now, is this a quest that requires me to actually wait a real fucking day? Oh, no. Well, I'll finish this quest later, I guess. God damn it. See, if I could have seen this screen, I wouldn't even have started this today. Whatever. I'll finish this quest in a few days, I guess. So that leaves... Hey. I mean, this is impossible because it's not available yet. Ah. Spiral Abyss. Fuck Spiral Abyss. Expedition reward. Yeah, okay. So what we have left now are the daily quests, which I'm not going to do on stream, and Yelan's quest. Turns out Yelan's pretty fucking good. Like, really good. Top tier good. And I really like her design. It's a shame I didn't get her, but she didn't fit on my team regardless. She would have made good for a second team. Did I do everything already? I did the entire drum event. I did everything like first. I did the hard pro mode. Each thing, it wasn't really a problem. Except that the notes were offbeat. Even with the calibration, they were like weird and didn't really go on beat. But I did that entire thing. I did the entire Muddy Bazaar adventure. That didn't take long. And apparently I'm only on day 1 of this. This needs a couple more days, but I did this. So now I'm just going to do Yelan's story thing before coming back to this, I guess. Now that I think about it, this is only going to be here for 11 more days. It fully unlocks in a couple days. I don't know if there's anything else for me to... Oh, I guess there's hangout events. Yeah, there's Kuki's hangout event.
Osmanthus wine.
Jonglate, please. Yeah, Kuki, her hangout. So I guess what's left to do is Yelan's story quest, Kuki's hangout event, and then the last 2 days of that toy making thing. That's what I have. But I'm wondering how long each of these things is going to take. I could do Yelan's right now, and then in a couple days I can do Kuki's hangout and the toy quest.
Every journey has its final day. Don't rush.
I need to get to the second floor, everybody. Can't believe I'm catching the end of your stream near the end of my lunch break. I guess it's more like the middle of the stream since we're starting up a character story. It's going to be like a couple hours long, I would assume.
Oh? What a lovely surprise. Welcome. Oishi, why don't you go downstairs and get the shopkeeper to make us a fresh pot of tea? I heard that you've been traveling all over the place recently. I would very much like to hear your adventure stories.
I'm more concerned about your health, Uncle Tien. Is everything okay?
Hoishin told you, didn't she? Don't worry. I'm quite all right. It's just the years gradually catching up with me. As I grow older, I'm starting to find that with many things, though the mind is willing, the flesh is weak. Especially recently, I've noticed a rather drastic drop in my energy levels.
And then also the speed at which you speak.
I am still very much in good standing as the Tianshu today. Nevertheless, I wish to pass on the position before my mental acuity begins to decline beyond redemption.
How difficult is it to transfer the Tianshu position?
Oh, well, you see, the Tianshu is a rather unique position among the Liu Qixing.
Can't you tell how old I am? Don't I sound old? Yugi! I'm trapped in a TV Yugi!
Historically speaking, the Tianshu rarely appears in public. We stay behind the scenes, planning, giving advice. So a public selection process would not be suitable.
Just turn this part of the video to 2x speed if you're on YouTube, VOD.
We also want to keep any prospective Tianshu candidates free from influence by outside forces, so we tend to be as discreet as possible in their assessment and appointment.
This dude talks like Seaman.
For these reasons, the incumbent Tianshu typically recommends their candidate of choice, and this is then approved by the other Qixing members.
You're a virgin, aren't you?
So in other words, you pick someone.
Oh, sorry,
and
Virgo.
Then Lady Keqing, Lady Ningguang, and the other Qixing appoint them?
Correct. Unfortunately, due to my health, I won't be able to assess every candidate myself.
Hold up.
Hello, everyone, and
oh God, no commentary. Thank God. Let me find some no commentary. I need it to be when they're grown up. Hang on. Day 2, no commentary. No annoying commentary. Wow.
For me using that name. And don't forget the name you gave me. 'Cause if you do, I'm not going to tell you what it is. Well, I'll talk to you later, my friend.
Seaman.
Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Hey. Hey. I've got something to say. Hello? I just remembered something. Some of my memories are coming back.
Keep that voice in mind.
Not to despair, however, because I found someone exceptionally capable to act on my behalf as assessment officer. In fact, I believe you recently became acquainted with her yourself.
This cage to hold insects. And there were a lot of really tasty-looking insects in it. Is it still there? Can you...
Dude fucking sounds like Seaman! Alright. Also, Yelan. Yes! Queen!
Who is it?
Queen!
I'm heartbroken. I thought it might take you a little longer than this to forget all about me.
I'm gonna pull for her next time she comes around. I'm sad that I didn't go for her. This has ruined me.
It's Yelan!
Jackpot. Uncle Tien here asked me to assess 3 candidates for him.
Jackpot. The first reference to gambling outside of the dice on her outfit and her burst.
Fancy joining me? You'll be among the first to get to know the next Tianshu.
Yes.
Might be a good opportunity for you.
Yes.
What do you think?
It's a good opportunity.
Paimon thinks so too. It can't be a bad thing to be on good terms with a new Qixing, right?
Alright then. Though, I gotta say, Uncle Tien, you say you're into behind-the-scenes planning? My work's of the covert variety too. Don't you think I might make a good Tianshu?
Oh, I thought she is the good... I completely misunderstood. I thought she was being appointed as the Tianshu. Okay, well, my lunch is ending. Have fun with Bombay. Yes, I will. Have a good day at work. You got another 2 hours or something? I might be done with this by the time you get home. But have a good rest of the day.
Huh? Yelan, you want to be the next Tianshu?
I'm not opposed to the idea, but I suspect Ningguang wouldn't let you go very easily after how long you've been working together.
I can't get over.
So far, this has proven to be true, but I am wondering about your age now. Tell me, are you in your, 20s? Oh, Well...
Jesus Christ.
So, how about this? If your investigation reveals that none of the other candidates are qualified for the position, I'll recommend you for the job.
Deal. Well, you guys take your time. Everything's all set for the assessments to go ahead. Meet me on the first floor when you're ready. Until then, have a pleasant conversation. Oh, and no need to pay for your tea. As the new owner of this fine establishment, this runs on the house.
That's yelling Tonka Gina of the recent adventures. You return the interest of the
You're all
house.
set?
Yes.
Uncle Tian seems really worn down. It's like all his energy's gone.
Yeah, it may sound harsh, but Uncle Tian is past his prime. He's not cut out for this anymore. So he's recommended 3 candidates. Their names are Qinwei, Mingbo, and Zhi. Qinwei is a wealthy entrepreneur. Mingbo works at the Liyue Ministry of Civil Affairs, and Zhi is focused on study and travel. Try to keep all that in mind. Of course, it doesn't really matter if you forget, since we'll be assessing them at Yuehai Pavilion in a short while.
Qianwei, Mingbo, Zhi. Paimon should be able to remember their names, but what does the assessment involve exactly?
Don't feel bad if you can't remember their names though, because that is just like a fucking garble of consonants.
Let's leave that until we get to Yuehai Pavilion. All right, heads in the game, people. The stakes don't get much higher than a change in the Qixing. We can't afford to miss anything, no matter how small.
Got it. We'll keep our eyes wide open.
Wait, do you have anything to sell? Oh, you sold the guitar that I already bought. Nope. Nope. I better not die from that fall. It didn't let me spike the end.
What is wrong with this assessment officer? This is a huge occasion and I don't even get a chair.
Okay, you're not.
I've dealt with all kinds of people in my time, but never have I been made to stand while I'm waiting for an appointment.
Oh, I mean, I think it's fine.
How about you sit down on the steps?
That's called being complacent. If you're happy to just accept the way things are, you'll never be able to change anything in the future.
Oh, come on. That's just... Now you're just being unreasonable.
All right, you two. Let's not get into a big argument over this. It's not worth it. Qianwei, that was a bit uncalled for. And Mingbo, cut him some slack. We've all been standing around for a while. It's natural to be getting irritable. Look, how about this? There's no rule saying we're obliged to stand up while we wait, so why don't we borrow some chairs from the guild nearby?
Just sit on the steps.
Fine. They're not the best quality chairs, to be sure. But under the circumstances, it would be better than nothing.
You entered the assessment venue with Yelan.
It looks like all 3 candidates have arrived.
Oh, it was those 3?
Mm-hmm. We'll meet them formally soon. Before that, let me run you through the assessment process. I've split it into 2 stages: current affairs and planning, and face-to-face interview. In the first stage, candidates are required to submit a manifesto for Liyue's development. In the second stage, we will ask them some questions in person. Writing a manifesto takes time, so I informed them of this requirement in advance. These are the reports they submitted.
Wow, one of them is really thick.
It's also worth mentioning a stipulation I gave them. Whoever is appointed as the new Tianshu will be expected to implement their plan as put forward in their manifesto. Failing the occurrence of some cataclysmic event, they will not be permitted to change their plan. Therefore, these 3 piles of documents in front of us represent where each candidate stands on key policy issues. There's still some time. Have a skim through, get a first impression of what each person's proposing. I'll be waiting off to the side. Just let me know when you're done.
Alright, who should we start? Let's go alphabetical. Mingbo. Mingbo Manifesto covers domestic affairs quite comprehensively, focusing on people's livelihoods. The core principles seem to be the greater good means a world that works for everyone. Okay, fair enough. Chunwei. Wait. Chunwei's manifesto addresses many commercial issues and provides very penetrating results. His view seems to be that regulations and incentives are both indispensable. And Gee. That's not how it's said, but whatever. Juror. Treatment covers domestic affairs, foreign affairs, and checks and balances all in great detail. The focus seems to be problem solving. It provides concise and clear solutions to various problems. It's so thick that you only have time to skim through it roughly. Bobby, I can't read!
Finished, huh? What did you think?
Everyone took it very seriously.
Of course they did. They have the chance to be picked as the new Tianshu, so you can bet they're putting their best foot forward. And keep in mind, whoever gets in has to execute their plan as written. Nobody wants to have any regrets.
What did you think, Yelan?
That's for me to know and you to find out. We can talk more after the interviews. We'll see the candidates now. Let's do one at a time. Start with Chenwei.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh? So you two are the assessment officers, are you? I had assumed that given the great import of this situation, Lady Ningguang would perhaps be assessing us in person. I certainly hadn't imagined I'd be seeing two entirely unfamiliar faces. I trust you've read through my manifesto? I'd be more than happy to clarify any details you found difficult to grasp. It was written with an expert audience in mind, after all.
Uh-huh.
Mind your tone, mister.
Relax. It wasn't intended as a personal slight against anyone in particular. I was simply stating a fact.
Did you learn the... Man, your communication skills. Did you learn them from Cloud Retainer?
Cloud Retainer? You know this Adeptus? Oh, yes, I remember now. You must be the traveler that people are constantly talking about.
Maybe.
With your sterling reputation, you must have a respectable level of erudition. Perhaps you will be able to understand the concepts I have put forward. Although I shouldn't get my hopes up.
Mm-hmm. After asking him some questions, Yelan tells him to fetch...
Is it my turn?
Mingbo.
Yes. Please, introduce yourself.
I'm, Mingbo. I work in the Ministry of Civil Affairs. I've worked there for, 9 years, 5 months, and 3 days. In that time, I've handled, 2,347 cases. I have 12 active cases at the moment. They should be concluded in, 16 days? My current work is related to urban planning, and I'm also responsible for, auditing the accounts. To be more precise, there are 3 parts to the accounts, namely...
Is it just Paimon, or is he not very good at public speaking?
You know what? Let's leave the self-introduction there and move on to some questions.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Forces her way through a few questions with Mingbo. Gets the next guy.
Hello. Not gonna lie, I'm feeling a little nervous. What would you like to know? You're here to assess me, so ask away and I'll answer your questions to the best of my ability.
Your manifesto is very wide in its scope, but you don't seem to be personally involved in many of the specific fields. How can you be sure that you have the ability to put your plan into action?
That was blunt.
Very fair question. I completely understand where you're coming from, but I'm confident in my plan. I've visited many different places, talked to lots of people with far more expertise than myself, and my manifesto is the conclusion of these efforts. Of course, 2 different problems can be interconnected in very complicated ways, and you might reach two very contradictory conclusions depending on which one you're focusing on. What I've tried to do is strike a balance. In other words, present an optimal solution to all the problems as a whole.
How do you plan to determine whether you are right or wrong about your proposed solution being the optimal one?
A great question. Well, I'd start by having my colleagues and the secretaries of the Yuehai Pavilion evaluate any proposals before implementation. Post-implementation, it would all come down to the results. If it turned out that my judgment was to blame for poor results, I would take responsibility.
Nice answer. All right, next question.
He seems like a great guy. Everything he said was thoughtful and logical, and he was just a pleasure to listen to.
Meh.
Here's my take on what we just learned. As you saw, Qianwei is highly knowledgeable. He proposes many excellent ideas in his manifesto which effectively target the big issues. But he is very proud and incredibly stubborn. He doesn't care much about other people's feelings. Mingbo's plan is more thorough and more measured. You can tell he's meticulous in his work, very detail-oriented. But he and Qianwei are otherwise polar opposites. Mingbo is not very articulate and comes across as very timid in conversation.
Perfect summary! Paimon couldn't agree more! You're good at this, Yewan.
Last but not least, Zhi. His manifesto is full of pertinent details, his methodology is sound, and his proposals cover a broad range of fields, which is quite a rare feat. The depth he goes into in each and every area means it can only be a product of painstaking work. Plus, he is modest and good at dealing with people. But what really interests me is that many of his views happen to coincide with Uncle Tien's. Having someone like Zhi take the position would certainly put Uncle Tien's mind at rest.
Great!
We'll see. Let's go back and report to Uncle Tien.
Is it too good to be true? Perhaps. I ain't walking. Maybe I'm walking a little bit. Stuck on all the steps. You know, stuck on all the steps and fall off the steps. Oh my fucking god. I'll just take a seat. You tell about the assessment process.
I see. Then it's more or less as I anticipated.
Well, then perhaps you are a teenager. Is this correct? All right, I'm tired of guessing. How old are you then?
All right, then let me ask this. The ideas in Zhi's manifesto are very similar to your own. Is there any particular reason behind this?
Oh, I didn't want to say anything when I gave you the list of candidates, for fear of affecting your judgment. But I can tell you now, those 3 candidates have all studied under me in the past. It's only natural that they share some similarities with me. But Qianwei went on to focus on his business, and Mingbo has always been occupied with his work at the Ministry of Civil Affairs. Of all of them, Zhi was with me for the longest duration.
Whoa! So how did you get to know them all, Uncle Tien?
Qianwei was referred to me by an old friend. Mingbo came to my attention in the course of my work. As for Zhi, that was pure happenstance. We first met while fishing. Gradually, as we got to know each other, we started discussing all sorts of topics. Zhi came from a poor family, and his parents died when he was very young. But he was a gifted student and a fast learner. He reminded me of a younger version of myself, so I started out giving him a few words of advice when we were out fishing and noticed how quickly he got on.
Then. You're 3 years old? You must be kidding. How foolish do you think I am? Don't answer that. So, what month is your birthday in? You were born in October? I wonder if people would say you're a trick or a treat.
A snack. Or a whole damn meal. Sounds like he's a friend to you. I can't get the fucking Seaman out of this guy's voice. Sounds like he's a friend.
Quite. And now, all of a sudden, he's grown into a mature young man. It's a joy to see. But it also gets one thinking. The young are growing up, and I am growing old. How time flies. No one can escape the cycle of life.
I don't know, Uncle Tian. You still seem in pretty good shape to me. You might have another few years of work left in you, don't you think?
Oh, you. There's really no need to console me. Having less energy than I used to isn't such a bad thing. It just means I finally have a good reason to retire and spend my days doing what old men like me should be doing. Going fishing whenever I feel like it.
Sounds boring.
Sounds like you sure love fishing, Uncle Tien.
Ooh, there's nothing quite like fishing to pass the time. Ooh, and freshly caught fish, they make the most beautiful fish soup with barely any preparation required.
How is he talking about fish this much when he sounds like Seaman?
Fresh fish soup. Sounds tasty.
So, what day is your birthday on? The 31st? Halloween,
Doesn't
eh?
it?
Well, at least
Also,
that explains
some
it.
time ago, Jury purchased a very special
Just
recipe
wanted to
from
overlap
an
him for a
old
second. Just for a second, just to sort of hammer home. This dude is just he's Seaman.
When we've been fishing recently, Jury always brings some extra ingredients he prepared in advance. The addition of these makes the soup taste even more wonderful. That flavor makes for a fond memory. But at my age, who knows how many more chances I have left to taste it again.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory? Very many chances, I'm sure.
Oh, can Paimon come next time too? Paimon really wants to try it.
Let's get back to the matter at hand. Uncle Tian, we've reported back. Do you have a verdict?
Mm-hmm. I appointed you as the assessment officer, and I trust your judgment.
Mm-hmm.
Had you not asked me why Jury's ideas were so similar to mine, I was not going to mention my history with any of them. This decision must be guided by what is fair and right. Please disregard all other considerations and make your final decision only after a thorough review of each candidate's talents and capabilities. Remember, you must be thorough.
Understood. Come on, let's go talk somewhere else.
We're gonna do a background check on this Jira fella.
Bye-bye, Uncle Tien. Look after yourself. So, it's gonna be Jiri, right?
I've been thinking about this, and if my calculations are correct, you must be oh no. You're a Scorpio, aren't you?
His manifesto was written well, and he's the best speaker.
I wish that this game didn't fucking, like, minimize when you alt-tab. Wish there was a bit windowed borderless.
Easy. Let's not rush. There's no time limit for this assessment.
Huh? So, are you gonna give them more tests or something?
No, nothing like that. The assessment itself is complete. But let me give you a word of advice. Things are not always as they appear. The biggest no-no in intelligence work is to only get information from the person of interest themselves. the truth is almost always hidden beneath many layers of deception. You have to get information through many different channels. For example, Wenyuan, Shanghua.
Yes?
When did they get here?
Lady Yelan, what are your orders?
Ugh! Who are they? Where did they come from?
Ninjas.
Did they scare you? These two are Wenyuan and Shanghua. They work for me. As my trusted assistants, they are always standing guard nearby. They also perform various assignments as required. Shanghua is a business expert who gets his information by trading. Wenyuan relies on word of mouth. And there's also Upei, who's not here right now.
That meathead must have been out there on sea surveillance for some time now. Is he all right? I seem to remember that he can't swim.
Nothing can take that guy down. Certainly not a little wind and waves.
Shanghua, visit all the commerce guilds and look into Qianwei's background. Wenyuan, go to the Ministry of Civil Affairs and look through Mingbo's work files.
Yes, ma'am.
So what about Juri?
Where's the R in that? Never mind.
Juri, well, obviously as the most promising candidate, we will be investigating him ourselves. Let's go to the docks first. Lots of people passing through there. You can find out all kinds of things.
If we're looking for information, why don't we try talking to Bulai, the owner of Wanyu Boutique? He does business at the North Wharf. Maybe he has some news for us.
That's actually not a bad idea. Let's go and ask him.
Huh? What's Bulai doing here today?
Look, your asking price for this batch is just too high. I can't buy in at this price. How am I supposed to turn a profit?
Come on, hear me out. I'm telling you, this is the single best batch of Sunsetias ever. You won't find anyone who disputes that. I accidentally dropped one into a well, and even the water turned sweet.
Even so...
All right. I'll let you in on a little secret. The boss of Second Life also wants to buy from me, but I haven't responded yet. If you won't take him, I'll just have to partner with them instead, and neither of us wants that.
Okay, well, when you put it that way, I'll accept your asking price. I'll take all your stock. Don't sell a single one to Second Life. Oh, what are you doing here? And to be clear, these Sunsetias are mine. I got to them first. Don't get any ideas.
I've got more than enough in my bag.
Actually, we want to ask you about a guy called Juri. Have you heard of him before?
Juri? Yes, he's quite well known. I've heard a story about him. They say he was born into poverty. His parents died when he was young, and he was treated cruelly by the local community. One of his neighbors was terribly rude to him all the time, but Juri never retaliated. And when his neighbor went bankrupt, he even helped support the family. He returned cruelty with kindness, injustice with peace offerings. A gentleman of talent and character, and... oh, how did I not notice him sooner? In fact, maybe I'm not too late. If I could hire him to be the brand ambassador for Wanyu Boutique.
Oh, he sounds like a decent man. We can finally breathe a sigh of relief.
Why did the neighbor go bankrupt, I wonder?
Why are you asking about him anyway? You aren't looking for a brand ambassador too, are you? Well then, in that case, the higher bidder takes the... Ah, that's Juri right over there. Why don't we go and talk to him?
Where?
It's him, all right. Looks like he's chatting with Linlong. Come on, let's follow them and listen in. Try not to let him see you. We want this information to be as truthful as possible.
I'll just go and fetch an employment contract. And hey, don't try and cut me out of this. Hey!
I understand. Let's walk and talk. So, you were looking to buy a wineware set? Oh, now I can see that you're a connoisseur, so I won't bother trying to con you. I trust you understand our shop quite well?
The truth is, an old friend of mine who likes to have a drink now.
Ooh, that was just a sliver left.
He fancies himself as a man of culture, but doesn't care for needless extravagance. So I thought I might buy him a set of high-quality fakes.
How very thoughtful of you. Leave it to me then. Come and collect it at Shigu Antiques whenever is convenient.
Thank you very much, Miss Linlong.
It's my pleasure, Mr. Juri. These days, it's quite rare for someone of your standing to still keep up with their old friends. It's nice to see. I'll be sure to pick out a good set for you. You can count on me.
Buying fake things.
Juri seems to get along really well with everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Are you satisfied now, Yelan? Seems like everyone thinks Juri's a great guy.
We shouldn't jump to conclusions just yet. Let's go check out the wharf where he usually goes fishing.
Do we have to? Wait, you're not just trying to dig up some dirt on Juri because you want to be Tianshu yourself, are you?
Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. But hey, if I do become Tianshu, I'll look out for you guys. You'll be able to try all the finest food for free. How does that sound?
Bribery.
We will? Well, come on! Off to the South Wharf we go!
Easily bribed. Press A several times. Boo. Boo, boo, boo.
The wharf is as busy as ever. I hear the anglers here sometimes sell their fish to the nearby fishmongers. Let's see what Uncle Soon has to say.
Soon? Fresh fish. Fred.
Welcome. What would you like to buy today?
We're here to buy some information.
Sorry to interrupt. We're actually members of the, Liyue Anglers Association, and we just wanted to ask a few questions about someone. We've heard about this young man called Juri, who's supposed to be a fantastic fisherman. Just wondering if you happen to have heard of him?
Whoa! Yelan made up a whole fake identity without batting an eyelid!
Ah, yes, Juri. He's been making quite a name for himself recently. I've got some friends who travel all over the place, and they tell me everywhere they go they meet someone who's heard of him. Apparently, he had a rather tough time growing up. Had to work several jobs alongside his studies to make ends meet. How does that saying go? What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Well, if there's anything to that logic, he's sure to be phenomenally successful one day.
Yeah, we think so too.
But I'm afraid your Anglers Association might be in for a disappointment.
Oh? Why's that?
He's good at a lot of things, but fishing isn't one of them. He fishes at the wharf and sells what he catches to me on occasion. His catches are always mediocre. Not terrible, but equally nothing to write home about. If you're looking to recruit some new members, though, I do know a few top anglers I could put you in touch with.
No, that's fine.
That sounds fantastic. I've got a couple of other things to attend to right now, though, so why don't I come back some other time and we can chat over a drink?
Sure thing. See you.
Everywhere they go, they meet someone who's heard of him. Come on, let's keep asking around.
Here to buy some fish? It's 300 for one or 3 for 1,000.
What a fucking raw deal.
You better hurry. When they're gone, they're gone.
Hello, we're from the Society for Fish Price Research. We'd just like to ask a few questions.
Wow, she switched identity again.
Society for Fish Price Research? I haven't done anything illegal. Stay out of my business.
Please, don't worry. We're just here to conduct a simple survey. We've heard about a certain Jur-E who's been selling fresh fish at low prices in this area recently. Do you know anything about this?
So this isn't about me. You should have said something, you know. I know the guy. I can tell you what I know. I haven't heard anything about him selling fresh fish at low prices, but it wouldn't surprise me if it was him.
Oh? Why is that?
Because he's so poor. His parents died when he was very young, and his alcoholic father still owed a huge amount of debt. No one wanted anything to do with him. He was still a kid when he first came to the wharf. His clothes were ragged, and he had a bandage wrapped around his head.
This sounds like... I've mentioned this before. This guy, this voice actor, he voiced somebody in Goro's hangout event. And he sounds like the lawyer from the boot to the head bit. I'm not gonna like bring up the video again, but that's what he sounds like.
And he managed to survive, thanks to Uncle Tien, who gave him some food. But still to this day, he doesn't have a lot of mora to his name. I mean, he can afford to eat and everything, but you'll often see him haggling with others over just a few mora. So, I wouldn't be surprised to find out he's been selling a few fish. It's not like he catches much anyway, so it's not going to affect my business. Don't tell him I said that.
You'd rather he didn't know?
Well, I spoke to him once, briefly, and I just had a feeling that he really cares what other people think of him. I think he has pretty low self-esteem, but hey, it's hardly my place to say anything. What he's achieved already puts most people to shame. And nobody's perfect. I just wouldn't want to upset him, that's all.
I see. Well, thank you for sharing that with us.
Not a problem. And just for the record, there's absolutely nothing wrong with the price of my fish.
Except that you're charging extra for people buying in bulk.
The more times you say it, the less convincing it becomes.
Doesn't have a lot of mora to his name. Okay, let's keep going.
Hey, it's you guys! Wait, what's the phrase? Oh yeah, honored to meet you. What brings you to me?
The truth is, we are but newcomers to this territory. We heard tell of a great martial artist, Master Dugu, who knows everything there is to know. Hence, we sought you out to ask for your guidance.
Huh?
Really? People said I know everything there is to know?
But of course. We also heard that Master Dugu is a kind and virtuous swordsman who never turns away anyone who comes with questions.
Great! So what do you wish to know? Nothing happens on this street that I don't know about.
Now she's lying to a kid.
Seems to have made his day.
So, Master Dugu, have you heard of one by the name of Jur-E?
Sure have. You mean that guy that all the grown-ups are talking about these days? I've heard many tales of Jur-E. For example, I can't remember. Probably because it's nothing that important. I prefer stories about sword-fighting heroes.
Oh, I can completely understand that. Then let me ask you this. Do you remember roughly when the grown-ups started talking about Jur-E?
Oh yeah, I know that. It was about 2 or 3 months ago. Before that, people always used to talk about Jur-E in a kind of nasty tone of voice. But 2 or 3 months ago, suddenly everyone started to like him. Sometimes he gives me candies, so I'm glad that people are starting to like him now.
Just as I thought.
Huh? What do you mean?
I mean, just as I thought, Master Dugu is indeed as kind and virtuous as the legends claim.
I'm not that great. Oh yeah, one other thing. These days, there's a lot of people I've never seen before talking about jury stories in the street. They seem like nice people.
Oh, definitely.
Great! So next time I see them, I'll say hi. And I guess I can share some of my candies with them too.
Certainly. You can also tell my friend in Yenshang Tea House about what they're up to. I'm sure my friend would also like to say hi to them.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Well then, fare thee well, Master Dugu.
Until we meet again.
Any of that sound strange to you?
Yes, I heard it.
Strange? What was strange about it? Ji seems to have a great reputation. Uncle Soon and Uncle Gao spoke highly of him, and Dugu Shuo seems to like him too.
True, but the issue is, where did his sudden celebrity come from? It almost seems too good to be true.
Sudden? Too good to be true? What do you mean?
So he returns cruelty with kindness, and had to work to support his studies. These are the kinds of things that make someone well known in their hometown. But Uncle Soon said even his friends who travel far and wide hear about him wherever they go. That's a little over the top, if you ask me. Do you remember what Dugu Shuo said about Jur-E's stories? Clearly they left him with a good impression of the guy. But beyond that, he wasn't interested in the details. That's the reaction I would expect from any normal person. Plus, there's the fact that all this praise of Jur-E has only been happening within the last 2 or 3 months. His childhood, his studies, the thing with his neighbor. None of these are recent events. So why are these stories only going around now?
When you put it like that, it is kinda strange.
Of course, if that's all there was to it, I wouldn't look into it any further. Jur-E was born into a poor family. Paying people to get his stories out there is within the rules of the game as far as I'm concerned. The problem is, do you remember what Uncle Gao said about him? He's stayed poor his whole life. Everything he's earned he's either spent on studying, traveling, or paying off debts. I don't think he has the mora to pay for a publicity campaign.
Someone's helping him.
Right. And that changes everything. It can mean a powerful faction is trying to gain influence over the Liu at Xixing. That's the worst-case scenario. But all too often, the most pessimistic speculation turns out to be closest to the truth.
Someone's trying to gain influence over the Qixing? That sounds serious. What should we do? Even if we asked Juri about it, surely there's no way he'd admit it.
First, we need to find out who's supporting him. Don't worry, I've got a plan. Remember the current affairs and planning stage of the assessment? Since the successful candidate is duty-bound to implement their plan after taking office, their manifesto tells us their stance on key issues. Whoever is secretly helping Jur-E must be seeking to benefit from his actions after his appointment. So, we should be able to find some hints in Jur-E's manifesto on who we're dealing with. Come on, let's get back to Yenshang Tea House.
Not running! Gonna teleport. Why do I have trouble with this fucking...
Jur-E's manifesto covers a huge range of topics. Looking for details that don't add up will be like trying to find a needle in a haystack. I'll divide the reports into 2 piles. You take one, I'll take the other. When we're finished, we'll put our heads together. Officially, the assessment is already over, and I'll be expected to announce the results before long. So we have to get to the bottom of this as quickly as we can.
Yikes! We better hurry!
Whatever else Uncle Tian might think of Jur-E, the fact remains that he's one of his favorite students. Any evidence he's left is not going to be immediately obvious. We'll have to look carefully and think critically.
Even though Yelan took half, this is still a lot to get through. Well, we gotta start somewhere.
C. Due to a variety of factors, sea storms have become stronger in recent years. I suggest we set up a special patrol unit to deal with sea monsters. The fleet should consist of the following. Covers various issues related to coastal defense. Okay, rock. Much of Leeway's folklore suggests that Rex Lapis left a great deal of wealth in the mountains of Leeway. However, due to obstacles hindering the excavation operation at the chasm, many projects have been called off. Workers of the Blackcliff Forge have been idle near the Golden House for a long time now. They should be given first refusal if any suitable projects arise. Covers mining, tunnel construction, and ruin exploration. Roads. The treacherous terrain around Huaguang Stone Forest and Qingyun Peak means the area has weak transport links. Sheer mountain peaks are connected only by rope bridges. They're too dangerous to walk on and wholly unsuited to transportation of goods. These areas are rich in medicinal herbs and ore deposits. Building a road network around the mountains would be beneficial for everyone. Plans to build roads and bridges.
Oh, this reading is giving Paimon a headache. Let's take a break.
Looks like I'm the first one back, as usual.
Oh, hey! It's one of Yeon's little helpers, Shanghua!
Little helpers, it's a little harsh.
If you're back, that means you finished investigating Tianwei, right?
You betcha. I visited all the commerce guilds and gathered a wealth of information. Every time they asked me to leave, but I always had another trick up my sleeve.
Sorry.
Don't drag this out. Just tell us your findings.
Yes, Lady Yelan. To summarize my findings, most people who've had interactions with Tianwei will start out complaining about how proud and arrogant he is, but then go on to give a generally positive appraisal of him. The young master of the Feiyun Commerce Guild said that Tianwei appears arrogant, but he's very scrupulous in the way he works. Once he signs a contract with somebody, he treats them fairly regardless of their background.
Who'd have thought?
Is it possible that his reputation is fake? Is there any way you can check the accounts of the businesses under his name?
In theory, that should be very difficult. But here's the thing. I asked around and found out that almost all of Tianwei's accounts are open to the public. Where he buys from and sells to should be confidential business information, but he doesn't seem interested in protecting it at all. Tianwei often sees business opportunities that others don't, but once he's made enough mora off of it, it's like he gets sick of it and releases all of his trade secrets. It's like he wants people to know that they still can't beat him, even if he shares all of his secrets. The fact that someone like that can still make mora is pretty infuriating when you think about it.
What a strange guy. It's like he's not doing business to make mora, but instead...
Trying to prove a point.
To validate his theories. No wonder his manifesto contains so many insights. It's all the result of his first-hand experimentation.
I'm back! Huh? How come you're here?
Why do you think? Obviously, because I possess superior skills, and am always one step ahead of the competition. Well, when you're the competition, at least.
Oh, they're both just simping for Yelan, which I don't blame them for.
Whatever. I'm not getting into an argument with you. If I hadn't had something else to take care of on the way, I would have been back long before you. Lady Yelan, I have finished investigating Mingbua.
Well, we're all ears.
The Ministry of Civil Affairs says that Mingbua struggles to get his words out when he gets nervous, especially when he's chatting with strangers. But after a few days of getting to know him, you can pretty much have a normal conversation with him. On the whole, the feedback from the Ministry of Civil Affairs was very positive. He always considers the things that everyone else overlooks.
In your opinion, was the Ministry of Civil Affairs' appraisal of Mingbua at all exaggerated?
I don't believe so. Mingbua is someone who has slowly but surely earned the reputation he has today. According to Miss Yu, the Ministry often gets Mingbua to take a final look at projects before they're implemented. People feel much more confident in something if it has his stamp of approval. Oh, and also, there was once someone in the Ministry who was lying and cheating to try to advance their career. Minghua gave them the scolding of a lifetime. Apparently, he can be terrifying when he loses his temper. I haven't seen it for myself, though.
Whoa, that's hard to imagine.
Like I said before, things are not always as they appear.
Ah, so that's what you meant by that. Paimon's starting to get it now.
Thank you both. You're free to go now.
Bye!
So, have you finished reading the manifesto?
We still have a bit left.
I can't see any immediate problems looking at the individual entries. The only one that strikes me as a little unusual is the Cheongshu Pool redevelopment plan.
That wasn't one that we read. What's that?
Cheongshu Pool has always been home to many secrets. Plus, Ajdaha once wrought havoc there, so there are even more secrets buried deep underground. At some point, a rumor began to go around that there is great treasure buried beneath Cheongshu Pool. A long time ago, with the approval of the Qixing, a mining team conducted an exploratory excavation there.
So, did they find any treasure?
None. The ruin was completely impenetrable. The only way they could have gotten through the solid rock would have been by blowing it open with a special kind of explosive. The technology wasn't mature enough at that time, so the excavation project was shut down and the treasure became a mere legend. Zhi-Yi's manifesto focuses on solving problems, and this treasure hunt seems extremely risky. It seems out of step with the rest of his plans. Still, this one fact alone doesn't tell us much. Everyone wants to get their hands on this treasure. The treasure hoarders, the Fatui, even local Liyue factions.
What if I get it first?
Did you find anything?
Excavation? Project? Treasure? Did we read anything similar in our half of the manifesto?
Yeah, the rock chapter. Blackcliff Forge.
Oh yeah! Zhi-Yi said the Blackcliff Forge workers should get right of first refusal if any suitable projects come up.
Mm-hmm.
Did he now? Well, that makes everything much clearer. So Zhi-Yi wants the Blackcliff Forge to excavate the treasure of Cheongshu Pool.
Does that mean the Blackcliff Forge is Zhi-Yi's secret supporter?
No, not likely. I've looked into the Blackcliff Forge before. They aren't involved with any powerful factions at present. They do possess some specialized explosives, but it would seem more trouble than it's worth to put so many resources into a risky project like this. Still, since the clues are pointing toward the Blackcliff Forge, we should see where they lead. We may well find something new.
Qianwei and Minghua both turned out to be completely different than what we thought. What about Zhi-Yi? Is there another side to him too?
Blackcliff Forge. Skydive from here.
This is the Blackcliff Forge. Let's look around for clues.
Worksite records. Nothing of note happened today. Nothing of note happened today. Payday. 3 new recruits joined. Can't believe people are willing to join us at a time like this. One of the newcomers is very skilled. He got made the team leader. Nothing of note happened today.
What's this? A diary?
From the back, it looks like a ledger, but it seems they also use it as a site log. We don't know who wrote it, but it's interesting, don't you think? These newcomers, who could have sent them?
You think they're suspicious?
Yes. Look, it says right there, one of them's already been promoted to team leader. At this rate, by the time the Cheongshu Pool redevelopment plan is ready to roll, they'll be the technical backbone of the team. That'll give them the chance to take a lot of liberties. They can copy any secret texts or steal any treasure they find underground. Imagine if we didn't suspect anything. By the time Jur-E recommends the Blackcliff Forge for the excavation project, at most we would maybe do a fresh background check on the place. No red flags if all they did was change some key staff. And even if we decided to vet the staff individually, they'd have had more than enough time by then to come up with fake identities. That's the advantage of planning this far in advance. It was a clever move.
When you put it like that, it all makes sense. If we hadn't found this out, someone else would have stolen the treasure. So, who's really behind all this?
That's a question for the newcomers. But let's start with that worker over there for now.
Iron Shoulder.
Excuse us. We want to ask you about the newcomers.
You want them to teach you or something?
Your mic.
I gotta say, these newcomers are in tip-top shape. Fast learners, too. They're picking up all the skills unbelievably fast. My only complaint is that they're always going out drinking at night. But they never let us join them. I guess they just need some time to adjust. I'm sure we'll get to know each other over time.
They go out drinking. This area isn't exactly renowned for the nightlife. I'm guessing it's a long trip to the nearest tavern.
You got that right. They tell me they go all the way back to Liyue Harbor to drink at Wanmin Restaurant. It rained after work today, so they actually stuck around at the site for a while. But as soon as the rain stopped, they went out drinking again right away. Hey, you're only young once, right? I say, if they can hack it, let them at it.
Interesting. Let's go talk somewhere else. Looks like our hunch was on the Mora. These newcomers are very suspicious. Drinking in Liyue Harbor, huh? Some cover story. I'll wager they've been going to intelligence updates. Good thing it rained today. It means they'll leave footprints. I doubt they'd give themselves away that easily, but let's follow them and try our luck.
I'll use Elemental Sight if that helps.
They went that way! Hurry, we gotta catch up! These footprints are heading towards Liyue Harbor. Maybe we were wrong about them.
Just as I thought. They didn't go to Liyue Harbor. They went that way. The footprints stop here. But, judging from the direction, I'm guessing their destination was that abandoned house.
These stripes in the dirt were likely made by a bamboo mat. It means someone slept here. But the bamboo mat is nowhere to be seen now. Burned out fire. Fire that burned out. Something was burned here not long ago. Let's light it up! Blah! Strange traces. Looks like there may have been a fight here, but it's hard to say for certain. This was the work of a professional, but who? Find a fresh fruit pit in the pile of leaves. Seems like someone was here recently, but you can't find any more clues. Fresh fruit. Sunsettias.
We were too late. This has gotta be where the newcomers rendezvous with whoever they're working for. But all the evidence has been destroyed. Look at these ashes. Someone was burning documents not long before we arrived.
Could there be anything left? Maybe the wind could have blown the fire out before everything was finished burning.
The odds of that are very slim. It's practically impossible. I've checked. All the paper's been burned. There's only ash left now.
Why don't we wait for them back at the Black Cliff Forge? They've got to go back there sooner or later.
We can't count on that. Clearly they were based here at one point, but it's mysteriously abandoned now. To me, that says that whoever's behind this has moved them somewhere else, to throw our investigation off course.
Darn! Guess this is where a trail runs cold.
Make no mistake, the purpose of our trip wasn't to find any solid evidence. We just need to figure out who's behind Jur-E. I smelled something peculiar the moment I came in.
Sunsetias?
Those newcomers probably thought they'd be safe as long as they burned the letters. But what they failed to consider is that paper and ink from different regions produce different odors when they're burned.
Really? Paimon can't smell anything. Do you smell anything?
I smell a very gentle fragrance.
There is a certain place with a freezing cold climate where there's nothing but ice as far as the eye can see.
Schnee.
Some wealthy people there put floral fragrance in their ink as a way of injecting a little romance into their writing. When that fragrant ink is burned, this is the exact odor that it leaves behind.
Schnee. The Fatui.
Exactly. The evidence will soon be blown away by the wind, so it's nothing we can arrest anyone with. But it's all I need. Now I know who we're dealing with. I can plan our next move.
Lady Yelan! Oh, thank goodness I finally found you. I thought I'd never see you again.
Oh.
Who are you?
This is the guy that was at sea?
Don't be alarmed. This is Upei. He's Wenyuan and Shanghua's colleague. I sent him to look into Jur-E's regular contacts. Since Jur-E likes fishing, Upei thought he might know some of the fishermen and sailors, so he took a boat out to sea to ask around. I left him a note at Yanshang Tea House telling him to look for me at Black Cliff Forge when he got back. If there'd been an ambush waiting for us there, it means we'd have had some backup.
A sec.
So, what did you find out at sea?
Forgive my incompetence. I'm afraid I've come up empty-handed. I asked all the fishermen multiple times, but none of them had any interactions with Jur-E before. Then the waves got so choppy I ended up falling overboard. Fortunately, someone managed to drag me out. When I got back, I heard that you'd gone to Black Cliff Forge and might need backup, so I went straight there as fast as I could. Didn't even stop to change my clothes.
Well, Uncle Tien said that Jur-E once bought a recipe from one of the fishermen. Did you hear anything about that at all?
What? That's news to me. No, that's not possible. It's absolutely not possible. Lady Yelan, I'm telling you, I spoke to every single fisherman out there, and none of them mentioned anything about a recipe.
Interesting. Then I wonder how that even more wonderful fish soup came about.
Fish soup? What fish soup?
Nothing. Our priority right now is to find a way to get our hands on some solid evidence. Well, any suggestions?
Catch them red-handed when they meet.
Not a bad idea. Upei, what do you think?
Honestly, I've already tried following Jur-E, but the guy's too cautious. Never meets with anyone suspicious.
Okay, so tailing's out.
No, we'll still need to tail him. But first, we need to do some groundwork.
Groundwork?
When you've worked in intelligence for a long time, you'll understand that no one can stay on high alert forever. Especially when he thinks he's about to win. Tomorrow morning, I'll announce his victory at Yuehai Pavilion. Take a guess what you think he'll do next.
Go and tell his fucking puppeteers.
Be sure to arrive on time. You won't want to miss the show.
Hey, Leaps. Wait until 9 to 11 on the following day. Ooh. We're just doing Yelan's story quest at the moment. Just wait till then.
It looks like we're all here.
Impaled.
Well then, time for me to announce the results of the assessment process. I won't drone on about the importance of the Tianshu role. Suffice to say that Uncle Tian entrusted me with the monumentally important task of assessing the candidates. And now, it falls to me to give him a satisfactory answer.
All of us here know the score. Don't beat around the bush, just get on with it.
Qianwei has many pioneering ideas, but some of his plans are lacking in detail, and he easily gets into testy exchanges with other people. Mingbo is reliable, but not quite ambitious enough, and because of his personality, he struggles to win people over. In contrast, Zhi is evenly balanced across the board, and enjoys an excellent reputation in Liyue. After much consideration, I have decided to recommend Zhi to the Liyue Qixing.
What?
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you. Honestly, I'm a little surprised to hear my name being announced. In my estimation, all three of us are worthy candidates for the Tianshu position. As your competitor, I've become keenly aware of your great talents. Would either of you entertain the possibility of working with me in the future and taking on some of my workload?
I'll have to see. I'm in a bad mood. This is the last thing I want to be thinking about right now.
Talking about your D&D game, one of the druids of the party wild-shaped into the Hisuian battle dog, and I think I might need to continue to bring it on from this point on. That's great.
I don't mind, as long as I can help.
Okay, well, that's all from me. Zhi, you'll have some preparation to do. It won't be long before you're informed of your official appointment. I hope you will work hard and make Uncle Tian proud.
I will live up to the Tianshu name. On this, you have my word. I should go. I need to pack my things, and then I think a celebratory meal is in order. Would anyone like to join me?
Count me out. I'm not in the mood for a celebration.
Zhi seems pretty relaxed now. This would be a good time to follow him.
Hey, Traveler, tell me something. What exactly does that guy have that I don't? If you can't answer that, I'm not accepting this result.
I, also wouldn't mind knowing.
Oh no, if we get stuck here, we won't be able to leave.
Follow him.
Yes, ma'am.
After finally persuading them to leave...
We finally got rid of them.
Lady Yelan, Zhi has gone towards Feiyun Slope.
Follow him, quickly.
Oh, well, I thought he was doing that.
He really sided with the Fatui? But Uncle Tian thinks so highly of him. Why would he do this?
Difficult to say, but everything should become a lot clearer when you find him.
Just gonna fast travel once they're done talking. Okay, just these flowers only bloom here and like one other place. I'm just grabbing them while I can. They're used for making cloth in your teapot. Okay. Really? Just down there? That's not Feiyun Slope. That's like the middle of the city.
Sorry, Lady Yelan. We lost him. He's too good at this. We weren't able to keep following him without being seen.
How the heck did he manage to shake Yelan's subordinates? I guess Zhi didn't let his guard down. Still as vigilant as ever.
No, Upei says he's much more relaxed than usual. Maybe it's just how he's wired. Perceptive enough to sense when he's being watched.
But how?
Don't blame yourselves. Let's not forget he was trained by Uncle Tian himself. Evading detection is not an unusual skill for him to have. If I'd asked you to tail Uncle Tian, you'd have ended up at a dead end too. It's fine. So, where did you lose him?
Xinyue Kiosk. He only went in briefly. Upei and I were watching outside the whole time. A few moments later, a man dressed in a completely different outfit came out. Upei had a feeling that it was him, but we couldn't get close enough to check without blowing our cover. I figured that if we spooked him, it would undo what we've accomplished today so far. Another option would have been to arrest him there and then, but without any evidence, that would have been meaningless. So I stopped Upe, and I stayed here to wait for you while that meathead went to ask around in Shinue Kiosk.
Good work. The fish didn't take the bait, but that's okay. As long as he's still swimming around, we'll find a way to catch him eventually. The key is figuring out what he's trying to achieve. Let's go to Shinue Kiosk.
It's right there. Nope.
Could you explain to me how that works? A guy like him comes in, changes his whole outfit right under your nose, and you don't even ask him about it?
Our customers are free to dress however they please. What grounds would I have to question him?
Okay, fair enough, but didn't you think it was just a little bit strange?
Well, maybe I did, but it still doesn't give me the right to stop him.
Enough. Let's tone this down a little. I'll make this quick. Just one question. What did he buy while he was here?
Oh, he didn't buy anything. He just picked up a bottle of liquor that he ordered ages ago.
A bottle of liquor?
What kind? Schneznayen?
Yes, a very strong kind. Fiery, with a rich flavor. Not something the average customer would order. This gentleman ordered it in person from us a long time ago. He was only here today to pick it up.
Liquor and wineware. I see. Let's go.
Where to?
Shigu Antiques.
I should check the frame rate on the stream. Paimon? You got a smooth 30? Yeah. Smooth 30. Whoa! Yeah. Fortunately, I can't get my streams to 60 unless I have higher bitrate / upload.
Hey, Miss Linlong. Sorry to bother you. Jur-E ordered a wineware set from you not long ago, right?
Is Child being a butt again? No, I don't think he's involved with this, but the Fatui, which he's a part of, are involved. I did see some drama on Twitter because I guess the voice actor for Paimon, they said that Child was a bad person. Yeah, he was involved with the plot to destroy this whole city with a giant, like, Hydra beast. And also he kind of put his brother in danger by just not fessing up the truth, sort of. And people were just... big fucking stands of a Child came out and started hating... yeah.
We're friends of his. He's been telling us how impressed he is with the quality, considering how affordable it was. So we just had to come and take a look for ourselves.
Sure. Which model are you looking for?
We don't really know a whole lot about wineware. Let's just go with Jur-E's choice. Would you be able to show us the one he bought?
Jur-E picked up his set not long ago. As a quality imitation of an antique wineware set, it has the look and feel of a luxury item. Just so you're aware, we don't have many of this model left in stock, and now that Mr. Jur-E has taken one, I'm afraid it may encourage the price to go up a little.
Don't worry, price shouldn't be an issue. I'm sure we can work something out. But I'm just a little hazy on one thing. Did Jur-E's wineware set include wine glasses, or...?
For this set, the wine glasses are sold separately. Minimum purchase is 1 glass, maximum is 4. Mr. Jur-E bought 2.
Okay. Thanks, Linlong. Seems there's a little more to buying wineware than I first thought. We'll have to mull it over.
Well, don't take too long. We could sell out any day now. All right, see you next time.
This is turning into a real headache.
I understand loving to hate on a character, but there's no need to get butthurt unless a character is being taken a direction they would never go. I think the people were upset and defending Child's actions. Like, he's not a bad person, he's not a bad brother. And like, well, he kind of is. Just it's a good character, but a bad person. He's not a good role model. It's like Vegeta is a great character, but he's not a good person in a lot of situations. He's an asshole. Kaiba is a great character, but he's an asshole. And Child is driven by strength. He only likes the Traveler because they're strong, and trusts and wants to test his abilities on them. But then he also is just kind of got this, like, I'm just following orders, I'll destroy the city if my country asks me to do it, sort of thing. So I guess that's the difference between a character being bad and the person being bad, because that's all it is. Just because you're a bad guy does not make you a bad guy. Yeah, I suppose if he was an actor playing the role, like the voice actor was not under the scrutiny. The voice actor for Child was not under the scrutiny. It was the voice actor for Paimon saying that the character Child was bad, was a bad person. I don't even know how that came up, but people just fucking lost their shit. Like, this fucking person, they don't know what they're talking about, blah, 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 blah. And of course, like, the person that had, like, the most likes was, like, a Child Tartaglia, account. They had it as their profile picture, and it was, their focus was, of course they like the character. They don't like hearing that their character is a bad person, and they want to go to bat for them or whatever, but it's just a weird drama.
I'd just like to point out that we have the self-professed Grand Master of Fieldwork here to thank for being wholly incapable of tailing an ordinary civilian without being seen.
It's not like you did any better.
My specialty is information trading, okay? I don't have the physical agility. What's your excuse?
Fair point.
Yelan, so has the plan failed? Oh, if we can't figure out where Jerry went, there's not much we can do. But why was he buying liquor at Shinue Kiosk anyway? To celebrate?
If so, it's no ordinary celebration.
What do you mean?
First of all, Jur-E isn't much of a drinker. On some level, he hates alcohol because of what it did to his father. If he was just looking to celebrate by himself, he wouldn't spend his meager savings on an expensive bottle of alcohol, let alone buy a pair of special wine glasses. No, this is a victory feast, held in honor of Jur-E's private sponsor. Whoever this person is clearly enjoys hard liquor and has a very high status, hence the need for expensive-looking wineware. Now, where might we find Fatui who match that description, I wonder?
The bank?
Fatui officials. Should be either the Snezhnayan Embassy or the Northland Bank.
Have both locations surrounded. Take as many people as you need.
Lady Yelan, is it time for us to make our move? If so, you can count me in.
Get with the program, would you? This is a covert surveillance operation. Jur-E may be vigilant, but that doesn't mean the same is true for his drinking buddy. In which case, we don't need to change tactics. Just change who we're following.
Great idea! So we just need to find out who Jur-E bought that liquor for and follow them instead!
But Lady Yelan, if we get caught, this could become a major diplomatic incident.
I'm well aware, but don't you see? Jur-E is gambling everything on this. If we really want to catch him, we're going to have to accept a little risk ourselves.
You have to roll the dice. All three in default NPC copies in one frame. It's just a uniform.
Stick to your orders. And make sure we're covering all other bases too.
And
anywhere else Jur-E might be going.
Same hair color.
Eyes on those locations.
Yes, ma'am.
One's wearing glasses. At least the hairstyles are different.
Don't worry, Lady Yelan. Jur-E may be a slippery character, but we'll keep a close watch on the movements of all Fatui officials.
I'll be waiting for you at the tea house. If I'm guessing correctly, Fatui officials are likely to take action at night. You should go and get ready. Then meet me at Yenshang Tea House.
Oh, I know how to deal with Fatui. Fucking killing them with a sword or something. Sometimes a spear. There were. Always want to meet up here.
Perfect timing. Wenyuan just sent word that the Fatui ambassador, Yusupov, just left the embassy alone. He's heading in the direction of Qingshu Pool.
Qingshu Pool? That's the place Jerry mentioned in his manifesto.
It looks like that's where they've arranged to meet. Sensible choice, I'll give them that. Qingshu Pool is always crawling with monsters. Most people wouldn't dream of going there. It's one place they won't need to worry about being seen.
Oh no, we gotta go get them!
Let's go. If my hunch is correct, we just might hit the jackpot this time.
Jackpot! Jackpot! Yeah! Put Dante in here. Fucking have him like a Devil May Cry crossover. Have him be a Claymore Pyro. I mean, crossovers are not far-fetched. They already had the Horizon Zero Dawn crossover. Aloy is a character in the game. And she was free.
This is Qingshu Pool, full of ruins, crawling with monsters. Anyone with any sense steers well clear of this place. I've looked into the place before. There's a worker's entrance somewhere around here. Follow me.
Nope.
There's been some work done on this place in the past, but it's a bit of a labyrinth inside. I can't guarantee we'll be safe once we're underground.
I don't know why, but you injected Berserker Paimon into my brain. Great sword and all. Like, Paimon great sword user.
The workers left an emergency access route. If we can find it, this will be a much easier journey.
Oh, we get to do a dungeon crawl with Yelan.
Still, be ready to fight at any moment. Any resistance needs to be taken out quickly and quietly. We don't want to attract too much attention.
I don't do quiet, but quickly, yes.
Don't worry, we're all professionals here. By the way, Yelan, where are your 3 little helpers at?
They have other things to take care of first. We couldn't afford to wait for them, but they'll join us later.
Into the ruins. We go. Water and Geo. Well, we're gonna get water with Yelan. And we got Zhongli, so we're good. Oh, hell yes. Oh, I need to unequip this shit. I don't need this anymore. Okay.
Get out of here!
Stabilize!
Busted! Gotcha!
Shadows of fate! Shine down!
As I expected, but this shouldn't be too much trouble.
Yeah. Still kind of sad I didn't pull for Yelan. Thought it was just sweets. I've been eating nothing but protein, traveler.
That's gotta be the Fatui ambassador here to meet Ji. Looks like he went through that door. That must be the emergency access route, right? Come on, let's hurry.
I'm gonna rage! Barbarian Paimon. We doing a water puzzle?
Crumble!
Teamwork is dreamwork!
This is order. Solidify!
Delved into destiny, written in the stars, torn to oblivion. There is no escape.
You get fucking wrecked, dude. So we bring this fire back to one of these torches. Oh, and there's a fire here. This is probably the tutorial fire. Okay, we got a puzzle in our hands.
The water's gone down. Hey, look! Is that another way through?
Oops, had to press A. I was like waiting for it to... This is over here.
This is the construction workers' emergency access route, but it's closed tight. Trying to break through would be risky. Let's see if we can find another way.
Actually, let's get a look at her thing. Shoots with her fucking foot. And then arrows just come out of nowhere? How does that work? Fabulous. Whoops.
Shine down! Let's light it up!
Elon's got her burst.
Rise! Gather!
What did it say? Move. Oh, it's one of these. Yeah, boy. Blocked.
Didn't see that coming.
Solidify!
Illusion shattered. Shadows of fate. Go ahead!
I will have order.
Quietly now. Things are about to get dicey. Busted.
Not even really able to flex a little bit to see how good she worked because the enemies die so damn quick. Motherfucking potato. Ah, maybe this first?
Take it easy.
Hey. Path open beneath the stone. There it is. So now what?
The water's flowed into the groove, and now the statues have lit up. Okay, now we should be able to move the statues.
Into the 3 places we need. The yellow ones need to go where they need to go. Okay, so we need to get this out of here.
Take it easy.
That way, come on. That it?
The door is open. Let's go.
Soft sound is heard under the statue. Is it still going on? Is there anything else to this? Or is it just to, like, tell you to use the statues? Or maybe there's something underneath. Oh well, I'm not getting the pop-up anymore, so...
We should be nearly at the bottom now. Let's wrap this up.
Ah.
Stabilize! Everybody stand back! Delves into destiny. Decided by destiny. Gotcha. Busted. Inazuma shines eternal.
Yeah, everybody's ready for their burst again. So what's the order here? Bennett to give damage boost. Yelan to get a second damage boost. Then Zhongli, Mona, Raiden? I just have to do all their bursts in sequence. Hope that wasn't the boss. That was painfully easy. Come on. Come on.
I can tell from the aroma that this is very fine liquor indeed. I'm impressed. Come on, bottoms up. After you, of course.
Oh, sorry. That went down the wrong way. I've never drunk anything this strong before. It'll take me some getting used to.
You'll get there. If you want to stay friends with us, You have to drink with us.
I'll do my best.
You're more of a lightweight than I thought. Already struggling after one glass? I thought you were made of sterner stuff.
Second time.
You certainly kept it together when you were poisoning your teacher's soup.
Oh, is that why Tien is so weak?
Come on, another round. Less talking, more drinking.
Sure. You didn't leave me much of a choice, though, did you? Just the mention of poisoning sends shivers down my spine. I'm more timid than you realize. Every time I poisoned him, I had to hide away at home for a few days because I was so scared of getting caught.
Look, I know it has not been easy for you, my friend. We appreciate all your hard work. But, I have to say, you really are quite a genius at poisoning people. I mean, the poison we brought from Snezhnaya is as strong as this wine, but you found a way to turn it into an imperceptible, slow-acting poison, and came up with the idea of delivering it through fish soup. What was it you said? Oh, yeah. You said the soup's fishy flavor neutralizes the pungency of the poison, and this process even makes the soup tastier as a result. How did you think of that?
It struck me one day when I was fishing. I'm lucky it did. Otherwise, I'm not sure I would have been able to fool Uncle Tien.
You have performed excellently. The Fatui will continue to provide the support you need to consolidate your position as Tien Shu. Of course, this is as long as you continue to do as we instruct. Aside from Qingshu Pool, we also have some other requests for you, which we will inform you of in due course.
Don't worry. Whatever tasks you have for me, I will perform them diligently.
Did you hear that? It was poison! That's why Uncle Tien hasn't been feeling well recently. It's all Jurye's doing. What a nasty guy. Seize him!
Seize him!
Did you bring a camera?
Yeah.
If not, you can use mine. This is quite a scene. We have to capture it for posterity.
You take a picture of him drinking with the guy.
Excellent liquor. We've, seen no progress on the diplomatic front, and everyone has been eyeing up the treasure of Qingshu Pool. It's been a real headache for me. But soon, everything will be taken care of, and I can report back on a successful mission. Thank you, Jurye. I remember when I first saw you. I knew right away that you would make a good partner for us. Hey, do you still remember what I said to you?
How could I forget? You said a lowly commoner like me could never be seen as a serious candidate for the Tianshu, no matter how hard I work. The only way is for you to shine bright in the Tianshu's darkest moment. I think you were absolutely right.
Yes. Under normal circumstances, the gap between you and other people could only ever grow wider over time.
I bet that's Osmanthus wine. It's a Osmanthus. Like Chong-Li comes out from the wall. Osmanthus wine. Tastes the same as I remember.
Just look at your two competitors. Qian Wei had wealth. Ming Boa had reputation. But you had nothing. You were just another nobody. And that's why I decided to help you. You know, there's an old saying in the Fatui. Give a starving dog a bone, and it'll guard your home for the rest of its life.
Yes. I cannot thank you enough for your generous support.
You know, the best thing about you is that you do as you're told without complaining. Hey, keep up the good work, and I can assure you, you'll never have to worry about Mora again. Heck, when you're not in the company of the Fatui, you'll be able to throw your weight around as much as you want. How about that?
Uncle Gao said that Jurye has low self-esteem. Seems he was right. He was worried that whatever advantage he might have now will diminish over time, so the Fatui persuaded him that he should act while he can. Do you have any more film in the camera?
Plenty.
Then get ready to use it. Tonight's grand finale should be coming up any minute now. How well this goes for us depends on how Jur-E plays his hand.
Ooh, is there any more alcohol? Go on. Fill me up. I'm in a good mood today, and I'm gonna drink my fill. Make sure to get me home safely afterward.
There's only a little left. Here, I'll fill your glass. If you like it, I can bring you some more next time.
Whoa, this is the good stuff. It is great. Huh? What the?
Oh, I've been poisoned by a man who poisons people. Suddenly, the Fatui official seems to be in pain and slowly drops to the ground.
Jur-E, you poisoned my wine? But when?
But when?
You seem surprised, Mr. Yusupov.
How could you?
How could I not? I've sacrificed years of my life studying and reflecting to prepare myself for this position. And in the end, I even had to poison my own teacher. You really think I'd put myself through all that just to become your little puppet? I don't want to bow down to anyone ever again. And that includes you.
You imbecile. It's the Fatui who got you to where you are. Do you understand? If I disappear with no explanation, the embassy will come after you. They'll get to the bottom of this. Mark my words.
Do you see the haystack in the corner? Underneath it is a pile of explosives. And next door in the dark room are the 3 undercover agents you sent to infiltrate the Black Cliff Forge. I'm gonna stay here till I see you slip into unconsciousness. Then I'm gonna set this on fire. Once the flames burn through the hay, they'll ignite the explosives, the ruins will collapse, and everything will be buried.
What do you hope to?
I took the liberty of leaving some evidence of your contact with the undercover agents at the Black Cliff Forge. It won't take long for people to join the dots. 2 missing person cases will become 1 as the truth gradually reveals itself. The Fatui planted undercover agents in the Black Cliff Forge to steal their signature ruin-grade explosives. Their plan was to blow through the solid floor tiles in the dead of night and seize the treasure of Qingshu Pool. But things didn't quite go to plan. Mistakes were made that led to the accidental deaths of the entire crew. Faced with the overwhelming evidence, the embassy won't investigate this any further. In fact, they'll be only too happy to blame it all on a rogue operation by you.
Yelan on the right, just like, I see you, bitch.
It explains why you acted alone, while exonerating the rest of the embassy of any liability. Of course, none of that will have anything to do with me. When all of this comes to my attention, I'm afraid I'll have no choice but to cancel the Qingshu Pool redevelopment plan immediately. I guess then, I'll be Tianshu in my own right, with a clean record and well out of the Fatui's reach.
Jur-E, do you really think you're gonna get away with this? The Fatui has a record of everything. That includes the poison, all interactions between us, even my trip here tonight. After I die, they'll come looking, and they'll get to the bottom of this.
A record? Oh, you must mean the one in the hands of your second-in-command, Theophan?
What? How do you know about that?
Because when you contacted me, I also made contact with your associates. I have Theophan to thank for providing me with the poison I used on you today. He'll help me tie up all the loose ends. After all, your untimely demise comes with a few perks for him. He has been eyeing your position for a long time now.
That traitor! Jur-E, you...
Fucker!
Shh. Relax. It's over. After tonight, everyone gets what they want. And anyone else in the know is either my accomplice or about to be taken out of the picture. Sweet dreams, Mr. Yusupov.
Water. Oops. All guards. And a mommy. Ah, man. I don't get to use Yelan. Oh, that's fine.
I did a little surveying on the way here and found that you'd left yourself 3 escape routes in case things went south. I have them all surrounded. If you're thinking of trying anything, save yourself the effort. The game's up. We were here the whole time and have pictures of everything. They came out pretty nicely. Want to see them?
The game's up? Forgive me, I'm not quite sure what you're referring to, Miss Yelan. I happened to discover a Fatui operation here, so I approached them on the pretext of joining forces and eventually brought them down from within. If it pleases you, Miss Yelan, I'd be only too happy to have you join me in investigating this matter.
This is how you want to play it, huh? Fine. You do you. All we need to do to convict you is establish that the poison in his system is the same as in Uncle Tien's. Nothing else you wanted to add? Let's leave it there then. Time to go.
One wrong move and it all comes crashing down. I should have been more careful. You followed him here, didn't you? I was so focused on keeping myself out of sight, I forgot he was a potential liability. Let's talk about this, Yelan. I gave you my word that I would live up to the Tianshu name, and that much I can still guarantee.
Your point being?
When I take office, I can guarantee that I will act in your best interests. In fact, all of you here tonight can expect very generous treatment in the future. I don't deny that I used underhanded methods to get here. But given my lowly origins, what other choice did I have?
You still don't get it, do you? Even now. What do you think?
What will Uncle Tien think?
Exactly. Jur-E, clever people can always come up with a good excuse. But while you might be able to get other people to believe you, you'll never be able to deceive yourself. There's nothing wrong with wanting to win other people's respect, but when has Uncle Tien ever looked down on you? He was like a teacher and a father to you, but you chose to repay that by poisoning him. Whatever positive goal you may have started out with, you threw it away in that moment.
That's enough.
Of course. What makes this even crueler is that you managed to convince yourself there was no other way. Uncle Tien was always going to give you this opportunity, even if you'd done nothing at all. Out of everyone in the world, he is the one who trusts you the most. So much that he drank your fish soup without doubting you, not for 1 second.
That's enough! That's enough.
Life is like fishing. It cannot be rushed. Whatever you do, impatience will accomplish nothing. I was just like you once, desperate to prove myself. Only later did I realize things do not always turn out the way you plan. But you have to keep calm to carry on. You're still young. Be patient, believe in yourself, and don't look outside yourself to prove your value. Where's Jur-E these days? It's been a long time since he last paid me a visit.
Maybe he's just busy.
Well, next time, if he doesn't bring a pot of piping hot fish soup, don't let him in.
Whatever you were thinking about, you'll have plenty of time to mull it over in prison. Oh, I almost forgot. If the Fatui find out what happened today, prison might not turn out to be the safest place for you. Trying to have friends on both sides, it has a way of turning everyone against you. But right now, I have an opportunity for you.
Huh?
Huh? Old dude sounded like Seaman.
Sorry, things are about to get extremely busy for me. Let's meet at Yenshang Tea House tomorrow morning.
I can just see it now. You'll lose your temper and cut off my food supply, and that'll be the end of Seaman. For my sake, try not to wig out, okay?
I'll have someone remove the explosives. Then, there's someone I have to go and see.
Need our help with that?
No, it could be dangerous. You should leave this one to the professionals.
Be careful.
Don't worry. As long as they're willing to cooperate, this'll be a straightforward deal. Get some rest. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, that, the voice actor, the old man, or supposed old man, he just sounds like Seaman. And I can sit here? Got it. Oh, we gotta wait till 8 a.m. the following day. Osmanthus wine tastes the same. If we're talking to the old man, it's got to happen one more time. Okay, we are. Oh, he's talking with Beizhou?
There is now no
Baizhu.
poison left in his system. But recovery from the damage already done will not happen overnight.
Dr. Baizhu, is my father going to be...
You needn't worry too much. Keep taking the prescribed medicine every day, and a full recovery will take at most 2 to 3 years.
Jesus.
It's good we caught it in time. A few days later, and the toxin would have built up in the internal organs. At that point, things would have been much more serious.
How did they successfully secure such a seldom seen poison? It seems the Fatui are extremely resourceful. Unfortunately for them, they were up against us.
Uncle Tian will be heading off now. Remember to get plenty of rest and avoid overexerting yourself while you're recovering.
Don't worry, I will. Thank you very much.
Later, man.
Ah, you're here too? Thank you for all you've done to resolve this situation. And I'll have to make some tea in a moment. You simply have to try it.
You feeling any better?
Yes. The exhaustion seems to have gone. My mind is steadily getting clearer again.
Luckily, it looks like choosing the Tianshu's successor is suddenly not such a pressing issue after all.
Hey, Yelan!
My work is mostly wrapped up, so I thought I'd take a minute to check in here. The assessment process comes to an end here, Uncle Tian. In my opinion, Zhi is not suitable for the position. But Qianwei and Mingbo both have potential.
You have my gratitude. People can change their loyalties easily. I've always known this. But whenever it happens, it's still a dismal experience.
Okay.
Talk to you later, my friend. 3 times. Each time I say now, say the name once. Got it? Now. If you do, I'm not going to tell you what it is. Well, I'll talk to you later, my friend.
If Is it just Paimon, or is Uncle Tien not that surprised?
Also, yes, the snake did talk.
Don't underestimate Uncle Tien. He wouldn't have appointed me as assessment officer if he hadn't had his doubts about Jur-E. Normally, the Yue High Pavilion would be responsible for assessing the candidates. Isn't that right, Uncle Tien?
Yes, to be quite honest, I wanted to trust him unreservedly. But I have to be responsible with the position of Tianshu. When I first met Juri, I wondered if he had approached me with a hidden agenda. So I secretly investigated him. I concluded that he had no ulterior motives whatsoever. He just saw me as an ordinary fishing friend. In the end, even he changed. But when did it start?
Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Hey. Hey. I've got something to say.
What if none of this had ever happened?
I never had any plans to recommend him directly, but I always intended to give him the chance to compete on a level playing field.
It's too similar.
Family background and fame mean everything to many people, but I don't attach great importance to them.
Hello? I just remembered something. Some of my memories are coming back.
I had no reputation to speak of when I first became Tianshu. I relied on Ganyu's assistance for all manner of things. What I really admired about Juri was his intelligence and resilience.
I have to admit, he's a smart guy, and very cautious. The intel suggests that the Fatui saw him as very low risk, but Jur-E was still extremely careful with the poisoning.
Strange how much Seaman feels like a fever dream. Yeah, I've seen streams and playthroughs of that game, and it's a wild experience.
He chose that specific liquor from Shinue Kiosk because the fiery flavor would mask the bitterness of the poison, and he chose to wait until the Fatui official was drunk and had his guard down before delivering it to him. He also installed a secret compartment in the wine pot he bought to hold the poison. As the amount of liquor went down, he'd shake the pot to release the poison from the compartment into the liquor. Afterwards, we also found he had an antidote on him. Had the Fatui official grown suspicious, Jur-E would have drunk the poisoned wine himself, and then found an opportunity to take the antidote shortly afterwards.
But that's still really dangerous.
Yes. Had he drunk the poisonous wine, he still would have faced serious health consequences despite taking the antidote. He didn't hesitate to put himself in harm's way to achieve his goal.
How is Juri now?
Well, I mean, he is sitting in a jail cell. Like Yanfei says, everyone who breaks the law has to pay the price. Still, he's cooperating. He didn't turn down my offer to strike a deal. I'll make sure there are plenty of guards around to keep him safe from anything the Fatui might be planning.
A deal? Does this have to do with what you said to him when you arrested him?
Yes, Jur-E's not the one I'm interested in. If he was as far as this went, I'd have handed the case off to my subordinates as soon as I realized. But once the Fatui became involved, things got a whole lot more interesting. I thought I might have the chance to catch a big fish.
Well, did you?
Did you? Did you happen to catch a big fish?
Excellent. You know I love the ladies.
I don't know what this...
Almost. Unfortunately, it slipped off the hook at the last second.
I happened to work with Yelan's line about catching a big fish. He loves the ladies.
Uncle
Oh
Tien,
my.
Yelan, what are you talking about? Paimon doesn't understand.
Jur-E colluded with the Fatui to try and secure the position of Tianshu. Or, to put it the other way around, the Fatui made an attempt to interfere in the Tianshu selection process.
So you're saying the Russians interfered in an election?
With Yusupov in our hands and a statement from Jur-E, we could afford to continue with a diplomatic offensive. Also, we'd be able to gain control of Theophan, Yusupov's second-in-command. Then we'd have a pawn in the ranks of the Fatui. Pawns like this can be major assets. They open up all sorts of new options.
So this was your real plan?
Why else did you think I was investing so much time and effort into this case?
So, okay, well, did your plan succeed?
We got halfway. The first part went off without a hitch, and we passed all the information on to Lady Ningguang. But when we tried to make contact with Theophan, he was gone, along with all the evidence.
The Fatui must be spying on us. Otherwise, they'd never been able to respond so quickly.
I found out from other sources that the Harbinger Regrator got involved.
Gonna hinting at Harbingers that we haven't seen or heard of before?
The Fatui's main forces aren't concentrated here. Regrator was only treating this as a peripheral concern.
Are they in Sumeru?
It's a pity that Theophan got away. But knowing which Harbingers are still looking at Liyue is something. It gives me a starting point for my next mission.
I have to ask, Yelan, do you have any desire to take over the position of Tianshu yourself? I remember you showed some interest a few days ago at Yenshang Tea House. In my estimation, you are more than competent.
Oh, that. I was obviously joking. I prefer my current life. There's danger and there's excitement. Although it'd still be a behind-the-scenes role. As Tianshu, I wouldn't have the chance to get involved in anything truly clandestine or face any real danger. All right, I'm done here. Time for me to go. I'm heading off again in a few days and I still have to prepare.
Where are you off to this time?
As you might have guessed, it's for me to know and you to find out. But I'm sure if you keep going as you are, getting yourselves involved in other people's business all the time, you're sure to get caught up in another misadventure before too long. Maybe I'll see you the next time danger beckons. Until then, keep your wits about you. A lot of people are watching you for a lot of reasons. If you have any more questions, just ask Uncle Tian. After the recent turn of events, I'd say he owes you one, wouldn't you?
I want to be the Tianshu. Okay, I guess I could do that.
What would you like to know?
About Jury.
Something I've said to Jury, Qinwei, and Mingguo before is that while cunning and scheming are quite crucial, even more important than this is staying true to yourself. Jury and Ambassador Yusupov each saw each other as a means to an end.
He sounds
they
drunk.
Thought that if they could just outsmart their opponent, they would emerge the final victor. And yet, in the eyes of Yelan and Regrator, they are but pawns in a much bigger game.
So I was led to believe I would be cared for by a fairly young, responsible human being. So far this has proven to be true, but I am wondering about your age now.
Scheming is an endless endeavor. If you can't cope with it, you're better off staying out of it. It gives you a much clearer view in any case.
It is just sheer happenstance that this dude was poisoned by fish soup.
Everyone has self-interest, but you cannot let it be your master. So, don't fight over fleeting gains and losses. Rather, focus on the direction your heart is leading you, and keep moving forward.
And also, he's a fisher man.
What would you like to know?
About Yelan.
I first met Yelan when she was very young. Even back then, she was extremely tough, and she kept her cards close to her chest. An old friend of mine once privately commented to me that Yelan is always smiling, but never with her eyes. She is a very dangerous person.
You don't even need poison to make bad fish soup, just improperly prepare it. Yeah, I guess they didn't want to rely on food poisoning. They wanted poisoning.
Something of an exaggeration in my view. At least, I know she would never hurt the people she trusts.
Oh God, does she
What would
trust
you like
me?
to know?
About Regrator.
Regrator is the ninth of the Fatui Harbingers, though likely the first among them where wealth is concerned. However, his wealth is not a mere question of how much more he has to his name. He has a very unique understanding of wealth, and what he's planning may very well shake the world to its core. Beyond that, I don't have a lot of information about him. If you need to know more in the future, you can ask Ningguang.
He's the rich one.
What would you like to know?
About the next Tianshu.
As Yelan says, now that I'm on the mend, I should have another few years worth of work in me. During this time, I plan to gradually hand over my duties while mentoring some new candidates. That reminds me. Chen Wei and Ming Bo are still waiting downstairs. I must go and have a chat with them shortly.
Okay. I believe that's it. Who's this fucking guy? He just looks so out of place compared to everybody here. He's like a fucking knight with a pauldron. Hey, Buzz.
So Jerry is already in prison, I guess?
You think? He poisoned Uncle Tien. I still can't believe he'd do that. Why the long face?
Nothing. I think it's a great shame. I always thought he's very smart. If he became Tianshu, he'd be able to accomplish many things I could never hope to.
Don't feel bad. I'll admit he was a strong contender, but give me 3 years and I'll overtake him. When I become Tianshu, I'll make you my deputy. Like the sound of that?
Start by working on your temperamental issues. If you can't keep your cool, your work will suffer. Right now, you still have a long way to go before you'll be eligible to take the Tianshu position.
I'll get there, one step at a time. And then, before you know it, there'll come a day when you won't be able to find a single flaw in me or my work. First things first, though. Let's go and talk to Uncle Tien.
Yeah, I don't think... I don't know if I've seen another person dressed like this in the entire game. Well, I think that's gonna do it for this stream. We did a few things. We did the Ito drumming festival thing, which was just Guitar Hero, but the notes didn't actually land on the music. The beats, they were off. Even though there's a calibration, the calibration didn't fucking work. And it felt off. We did this underground chasm thing. To purify some muddy things, got a bunch of materials and stuff. We did part 1 of this toy making thing, but there's apparently 2 more days worth of content. So I'm gonna finish this toy making thing, as well as doing Kookie's hangout event, because Kookie got a hangout event. And that'll be the next stream I do for this. But I'm done for now, because we've been going for 4.5 hours. I feel like we got a lot done, though. Thanks for stopping by, Leaps. Yeah, more of this in the future. More GTA soon, more Risk of Rain as well.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember.
Oh, yeah.
But where are those who share the memory?
Yeah. Anyway. Maybe Cookie can give electroshock therapy? Maybe. She actually heals teammates with her electro ability. It hurts her, but then it heals anybody in the little electro circle she makes. Sapphire drew for Cookie and Ito and Goro. She got all of them. So I'm looking forward to when Kazooie gets in the game, eventually. And whoever the Dendro Archon is going to be. And then whenever Yelan comes back around, I'll probably get her. But I'm going to stop the stream for now. Thank you for coming. Bye-bye.